welcome everyone to session 1 of the Sanguine Vale.
Hello.
This is going to be
here.
This is going to be our Vampire 5th edition campaign. We do have a session 0 recorded. I'm going to be throwing that up on YouTube along with this recording. So it'll be there. That is mostly just character creation and going over the backstory of like everything that's going on. I can go ahead and reread that backstory for everyone that just needs a refresher, as well as the viewers. However, as of right now, we'll just leave it be until that happens. Yeah, sorry. It's a little bit of a scrungly start here, as we do. You guys know me. I'm Nightscale. Obviously, this is my stream, so you guys should all know me. I don't have a lot of experience with Vampire 5th Edition. I have played a little bit of it, but I do really like the campaign. I like a lot of the changes that they made from earlier editions. Particularly, and we talked about this before, the Hunger Dice mechanic is absolutely incredible. Genius gameplay mechanic. So you will hopefully be seeing some of that. I do hope that there's some terrible things that happen to and because of our players. But yeah, I will give a bit of a heads up and a trigger warning, not necessarily for this stream, but just for this campaign in general, and I will repeat this at the beginning of every one of these sessions. Vampire is not a comfy game. Vampire is a game that is very much intended and designed to make you uncomfortable. You will be exploring very awkward and uncomfortable subjects. They will come up. So just be ready for that. Yeah, and we already did an introduction in the session 0 for everyone on the recording, which will go on the YouTube. But until then, I want to give everyone that's in the stream the opportunity to hear the players talk about their characters. So we'll go just based on what we see on the screen here. It'll be Jesse playing Cassandra Mullins, then it'll be Dro playing Michael Abbott, then it'll be, Alexandria playing Cassandra Mullins, then Dro playing Michael Abbott, then Jesse Shebs playing Rose Kell, then Lixie playing Sana, I'm not going to try to pronounce that last name, and then Faust playing Victor Dunkovsky. So, Alexandria, do you want to start up?
And just to confirm, we're talking about character, correct?
Yeah, I mean, like, because it's the stream. Most people know who you are, character. So yeah.
Fair enough, yeah. Cassandra is a fairly lively built Malkavian woman. She has dyed red hair, dresses in kind of goth punk attire, and is generally she's very visibly an artist. She has charcoal stains on her fingers constantly, all that kind of jazz. She believes herself to be a prophet and her art to be prophetic. Whether or not that be the case, we will find out.
Okay, so she's Malkavian, so she's insane. That is the curse of the Malkavians, that they are all genuinely crazy. And her psychosis has taken the form of being convinced that her art is prophetic. Correct?
That, and she also does tend to see, like, she sees and hears artistic things. She'll see, like, writing or images on walls where there is none. She'll hear music where there is no music being played. And that's usually where she pulls her art that she views to be prophetic from, is from what she sees and thinks is actually being seen.
Okay. All right, cool. Dro, do you want to talk about your scrungly?
Oh, sorry, I had myself muted. Sure. So, Michael Abbott was embraced roughly about 16 years ago during what was... I mean, you'll be giving some backstory in session 0, but was something of a time of turmoil for the Sanguine Vale. As far as he's aware, he's a caitiff, but was taken in and raised by a member of the clan Gangrel, one Caleb Millsworth. As for right now, 7, you say? Sorry, I should not be looking at chat right now. That's my streamer instincts.
No, it's okay. I'm having to do the same thing. It's weird. You train yourself to be like, oh, pay attention to chat. That's what we should be doing.
You can tell Dro he's anxious because of all the thinking sounds. Back off, Rona. God, I'm still doing it. All right, sorry. Let me minimize this. What else to share about him immediately? He's a Philadelphia native, was originally a car mechanic before getting bludgeoned over the back of the head and turned into a vampire, largely abandoned and left to do what he will. In the years since, he's ingratiated himself somewhat with the local community, although that's somewhat in jeopardy due to recent events.
Fantastic. And Rose, also played by Jessie Stebbs.
So Rose is originally from Atlanta, but she came to Philadelphia to try and find opportunity here. Instead, she ended up finding something worse. Recently embraced, not happy about it. And now she is learning what it is to be a member of the Kindred and trying not to hate every minute of it.
Oh, that's so weird. For some reason, your reactive isn't jumping up and down. I don't know. Odd. Oh well, that's not your fault. That's just reactive images being reactive images.
It might be because I'm pushed to talk.
Oh yeah, that's exactly why. You need to actually like it. I don't know. Weird. It worked that time. Anyway, yeah, and one thing that's interesting about Rose is that Rose is like a freshly turned child. She is like 3 weeks ago. Yeah. Everyone else here is like a matter of like years because vampires they're timeless entities, and you are little baby.
She's little baby and she's not happy about it. She wants her money back.
All right, Lixel, do you want to tell us about Pirko, Sana, whatever you want to call her? Also, Rona is asking, Lixie, does your avatar get a fucking muzzle when she's muted?
Yes, actually does. I get a muzzle and headphones when I'm deafened. I had a lot of fun with that. Anyway, Pirko Sana Nuttajärvi is my character's name. Most will just call her Sana because nobody in Maryland can actually pronounce her name. Also, that is
true in real life and in game.
Yes. And what was it? And her first name is also an old-timer's name, so she's like, no, I don't want that. So she adopted the name Sana, which is a lot more modern. Though legally, that is not her name. She's a member of the Ministry of Set, a clan which may or may not as well be a sect unto itself. And she's kind of a little bit of a mischief, partying, punk rock kind of vibe, who's also a counselor dropout, mainly because of her embrace, where she got a little bit too much into partying, got a little bit too much attention from the cult, and was like, ooh, and went, oh, cult, nice. Well, not in those words, but she was brought into the fold and eventually embraced. Some, what was it, like 18 to 19 years ago?
Yeah, you're I think the oldest kindred in the party.
I might be.
I'm pretty sure you are.
Yeah.
You're the old mom.
Old mom, quote unquote. I was embraced a couple years before the big event that predates this game and quite aptly defines it, which you will get into that, boss. So yeah, she's she kind of just cultivates her own cult right now. She's bringing people into the fold, and also offers late night counseling, group counseling sessions for the locals. So because the people are hurting, and the Sethites do find a nourishment in decay.
Interesting. And one thing that I will point out that's also interesting is that you have probably the closest connection to any of the, like, real major players in the vampire community in the area. Because your sire is, like, straight up one of the mini princes.
Yep, he is. And I'm far away from him. Boo-hoo.
Sag.
Daddy Vampy's not here.
Oh, please never use the term Daddy Vampy.
I was
Describe
about to
Amon
say,
again.
The
First
culturally
thing
accepted term. Sorry, the culturally accepted term is Vladdy or Vaddy. Thank you.
I hate you so much right now.
I am so sorry. I don't know what overcame me.
We have 3 streamers in here. It's gonna happen.
For a moment, the demons won.
I'm kind of done now. I'll just put my gag on.
Alright. Faust, go ahead.
I mean, he's not as exciting as everybody else. He is a doctor.
He's a doctor,
Ooh.
honey.
He's a doctor. He went to school. He got his degree. And at his celebratory party, was embraced by someone and ended up as a caitiff. So,
Caitiff, for those
Clan
unfamiliar,
lists.
just real quick, Caitiff, for those unfamiliar with vampire lore, those are the clan lists. Caitiff vampires gain neither the mystical powers of one of the clans, but also none of their, like, mystical weaknesses. They're just kind of vampires. And they can gain anyone's mystical powers, but it takes them more work and, like, it's harder for them to do it. They're multi-classed. Sorry, go on.
So he was basically educated in the kindred way of life by our Archon in the Southern Prefecture, Mr. Deacon, and has basically not let it bother him all too much. He continues his academic studies in the hopes of figuring out why it is that he is unclanned, and also to track down the motherfucker what did it, for science and also legal reasons.
All right. So that is your coterie, everyone. We have Cassandra Mullins, the insane artiste. We have Michael Abbott, the wilderness kind of vagabond. We have Rose Kell, who is the rebel, but against her wishes, has been converted to the clan, obsessed with cultural ideals of beauty and aristocracy in society. We have the ministry cult leader, and we have the unclanned doctor. Now, for the campaign itself, as a reminder both for the players and for the people that are just listening now, the year is 2023. You are a child of the night, a kindred living within the city of Philadelphia, though amongst the vampires it's known as the Sanguine Vale. Until recently, the city has been a haven for the Sabbat, a terrifying place where kindred barely above feral beasts stalked the night and preyed upon not only mortals but on each other. Those clans desperate to bring about Gehenna ruled the evening with their malicious and conniving schemes, and every being lived in fear of not coming home from a moonlight walk. Until the uprising. In 2007, a collective of vampires from nearby regions aligned with several that were living within the Sanguine Vale, who had grown tired of the horrors of Sabbat rule. Led by the Bruja Suki Takimoto, this collective consisted primarily of anarchs who desired to free their city from the Sabbat without it becoming equally oppressed under the feudal rules of the Camarilla. Despite being ancient by mortal standards, Suki was always one who kept her fingers on the pulse of technology, and with the uprising of social media, she saw an opportunity. Behind the scenes, her and her allies began seeding information to the largest organization of hunters in the area, a group known as the Blades of Michael, as to the identity of various kindred in the area. The Blades would investigate, and given insider information by Suki's associates, they would come to trust that these sources of information were allies. Suki began slowly increasing the value of this information and targets, and ultimately would end up revealing the identity of the Sabbat Bishop in Philly, along with the location of the major headquarters of various groups in the area, one cold November weekend. What started as one or two Sabbat going missing as the Blades of Michael got lucky eventually culminated in these hunters organizing a massive attack on Sabbat headquarters and the largest of the kindred hangouts, disguised as coordinated drug raids by the DEA. When the hunters had finished their job and killed all of the leadership, Suki made her move. The anarchs swept in, attacking the hunters before they could retreat and recover from their own raid. Exhausted, injured, and low in supplies, the Blades of Michael didn't stand a chance. They were torn limb from limb, in many cases literally. The anarchs gathered up their mobile phones, laptops, and field notes and used those to identify other members of the Blade, and in one weekend systematically murdered almost the entire membership. Several members did manage to flee the city, but they presented no greater threat at that point than any other small splinter of mortals. With the majority of the Sabbat given final death and the largest hunter organization in the city neutralized, Suki sent a letter to the princes of nearby Camarilla holdouts. They all met in the basement of the Fisher Fine Arts Library, and Suki presented them with the heads of not only the Sabbat leadership, but also that of the Blades of Michael. She then proposed a deal. Philly would remain free of Sabbat control, and was to be left free to manage itself. Suki Takimoto was immortal through the Sengoku Jidai in her home country of Japan, and had seen what feudalism could do to people. She was a firm idealist and believed that smaller, more managed units with greater freedom were the true path forward, and that the strict regimented beliefs and culture of the Camarilla would be their downfall when and if Gehenna did arrive. She proposed that Philadelphia be allowed to serve as her experiment, which she hoped would prove that smaller, independent fiefdoms would be a better way of going about things. For her part, she swore to continue to root out any organized cults or cells of Sabbat or hunters that she caught wind of. Further, she swore not to interfere with the designs or machinations of any Camarilla prince or those operating under such orders. Finally, she would allow the Camarilla to hold part of the city as a stronghold for those who wished to voluntarily follow their way of life, and they would be allowed to have an agent who ruled over that borough in their manner, who would then be able to observe, though not influence, all official actions that she took as the Baron of Philadelphia. In this way, the Camarilla would be assured that Philly was no longer presenting a threat to their reigns, either from the kindred or the mortal angle. The kindred under her sway would obey the traditions of Masquerade, progeny, and destruction as laid out by the Camarilla, and those that violated it would be dealt with as usual. In exchange, she desired to be allowed to run her city as she saw fit. Her goal was to group up the boroughs of the city into prefectures, and those would be their own self-governing domains. Within each prefecture would be an archon, an elected official chosen from the kindred living within it. Every 15 years, the kindred of the prefecture would meet and vote amongst themselves who would be their next archon. These archons would then, in turn, form the primogene council for the city, and would choose from within their ranks one to serve as first among equal, therefore Baron of the city, who would have final say in all matters. Though Suki intended that the majority of concerns would be managed through democratic vote. This is where Lixie's character comes in. Lixie's sire is actually the Archon of the Western Prefecture. The traditions of domain, accounting, and hospitality would be observed, but much more casually than within a Camarilla city, and only the Baron would be able to request an Archon change the way that they were handling their domain, and then only in extreme circumstances. Suki reasoned that this freedom would allow new kindred to more comfortably fold into this new life, and would result in less friction between leadership and the newly turned. After all, society was no longer feudal. Mortals instinctively hated such relationships, and would inevitably rebel or at the very least chafe against such obligations. It was better for everyone if peace was maintained, and new kindred that found themselves with less friction would be less intent on causing problems, if they were allowed to seek tranquility and satisfaction of the nightlife on their own terms. The princes of these nearby cities asked the obvious question: why not simply kill Suki and take the city for themselves? Suki's response was very simple. First, she pointed out that they would be multiple princes here, and so any attempt to take control would inevitably lead to war with another prince, or at the very least machinations to undermine whoever did win. Second, she had clearly demonstrated her mastery over the newly developed technological landscape, and she could have her agents wreak the same exact havoc on their domains that they had wreaked on the Sabbat. She had no problem doing that. Even if that information was largely regarded as a ridiculous conspiracy theory, it took only one hunter group in the city to notice to become a major problem. Finally, she revealed that she had lined the entire basement that they were currently meeting in with incendiary explosives, and that if she were to die, her subordinates were under orders to detonate them all. If the princess killed her now, they would all die. Reluctantly, the princess agreed to her demands. Remarkably, the last 17 years have proven that Suki's ideas were functional. Maybe not optimal, but at least functional. Debates are constantly held amongst the kindred as to how this experiment will turn out in the long term, but for now the Camarilla seems content to smugly sit back and watch this upstart kingdom experiment play out. They do truly believe that it will eventually collapse upon itself, at which point they'll come in and pick through the bones. Suki is desperate for this to work, and so has been holding up her end of the bargain as best she can. Her nights are spent reading out those Sabbat who did not willingly turn against their new society, and she's in neutral, or in some case friendly, relationships with Camarilla figureheads nearby. The magistrate, that's what the Camarilla agent in charge of Northeast Philly, the Camarilla prefecture, is a man named Tristan Monahan. By all accounts, him and Suki have a positive and professional working relationship. He seems to have a little problem with her, or not a little problem with her, and is as transparent as he is allowed to be regarding what reports he sends to his masters in the Camarilla and what demands they make of him. You five are kindred living in the southern prefecture, the smallest prefecture, and which consists only of what is known as the South Philly borough. Your Archon is Deacon Wilkinson, a 10th generation British Ventru, who runs an architecture firm and uses his vast wealth and influence to ensure that many of the new structures in the city have hidden places for the kindred to rest, meet, and operate. Deacon is fairly hands-off with the kindred in the lower section, but when he does get involved, he acts swiftly, decisively, and without mercy. Your coterie makes up the entire population within the prefecture. This is notable considering that this means that you have both the most vampires in any prefecture and the least geographical space. However, the southern prefecture is considered fairly important, as it serves as a border down the interstate, which leads down into Maryland and this region down here, as well as having the airport right over here, and all this water access, including the piers and the Walton Bridge over into Jersey. So this is, you are holding the line. You are the watchers on the wall. You have been largely left to your own devices up to this point to manage your life as you see fit. However, on November 13th, you receive a letter. It is a summons from Deacon, and he says that there is work to be done. Work that cannot be pushed off, and that must be addressed quickly and quietly. He expects you at his home at midnight on the 18th. Now, as a reminder, for those who don't know or don't remember, Deacon lives in the Gerard Fine Arts building, or the Gerard Music Hall. This is a real building. Here are some pictures. I will minimize some of the images on Strim so that people in Strim can see. Those of you in chat, you can go over there just to take a quick look. Gerard Academic Music Hall. It is a very old building, one of the most well-respected music halls in America. It does recently have a new structure portion built to it. You guys would know in universe, Deacon mostly funded this through a series of like veiled philanthropic donations and his architecture work and that kind of thing. He wanted to make this a more upbeat and lively thing. The reason being is because he ghouled the dean of the school and has turned the entire upper floor of the old building into his haven. It has keycard access. That's the only way to get in is he and his ghouls have the keycard. He only has two ghouls, one being the dean. And like the only way to get in there other than that would be to hack the keypad. But how many people are hacking the keypad to like the maintenance storage rooms in a music hall, you know? So we'll start with it being November 18th, so it is a chilly night, probably by temperate American standards, a decent jacket and a long sleeve shirt underneath it, but you're probably not like it's hurting your face to be outside levels, you know what I mean? It is, we'll say 10 at night, So the moon is high, lights are still on, but there are still people walking about. It is not like dead quiet outside. And we will start with ambiguous you showing up in a cab, getting out, and seeing the other 4 members of the Vampire Society in the Southern Prefecture, waiting by the gates of the school for you to arrive. And we can begin roleplay here.
How cold did you say it was?
Well, let me pull up, because I gotta convert from freedom units to commie units.
I love how it works with the F and the C.
They're not commie units. They're socialism units. There is an economic difference.
No, but I say commie
No,
units because C for Celsius is C for commie.
That's true. That's true. She's right.
She's got you there.
I'll say probably around 8 degrees Celsius. For those of us living in a real country, that's like 47 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, that was a little mean. I'm sorry. that one was a little bit mean.
False to correct. You're so right, Rona.
So yeah, 47 Fahrenheit, about 8 Celsius.
All right. So it's warm out, is what you're saying.
It's light jacket weather for most Americans. Light jacket and a long
I
sleeve,
just
or
need
like
a t-shirt and a scarf, and
or like a real heavy sweatshirt, you know?
Yeah. Who's arriving?
I'm just gonna abstractly say you, because you are the protagonist of your story, and it doesn't actually matter who's the last person to arrive. This is just a way to say you guys all meet up. You know what I mean?
All right. Sana arrives late, because of course she does. Well, not very late. She was probably caught up in traffic because there's always traffic in these cities. Like I imagine that there's cars.
Oh, Philadelphia has so much traffic.
No, it's like I imagine people are being paid to clog up the traffic with cars. It's like one of them pointless jobs. So she arrives and steps out of the cab and pays the cab driver because you pay the cab drivers. They're nice and they're probably terrified driving at night.
or you know, they could be the most powerful kindred of all time. You don't know.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't think Seth would be cab driving.
Oh lord.
Anyway, she arrives and steps to where everyone else have arrived, and she says, "Sup?"
Sorry.
Rose probably is going to be like dragging her feet, and then probably going to be poached by Cassandra from the sidewalk at some point.
Oh, I'm sorry. Before we really get into it, because you guys did all just wake up. Hunger check, rouse check.
Ah, yes.
Hooray!
I forgot. We have to roll immediately because this would and this will be. I'm gonna say, your hunger, if it manifests, would be something that would happen. You would take care of before you came out here. You know, you would get breakfast before you attended.
I mean, I'm only at hunger 1. It's fine. Where's my dice? My dice are over here. It's one single die.
I am looking for the rouse rules right now. I kind of forgot. I believe it is just a 50-50.
It's literally just you roll a d10. If you roll 6 to 10, you don't get hungrier.
Yeah, it's
if
a
you
coin
roll
flip.
1 to 5, you get hungrier.
Okay, yeah. So everyone roll a d10. If you roll a 6 or higher, you're good. If you roll a 5 or lower, you are hungry.
I have achieved 1 hungry.
I have achieved a critical failure. I am hungry.
Okay, so if you gain a hungry, you go up to hunger 2.
Yep. Do they sell Capri Suns here?
Well, you have a herd, so you should be fine.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I have my humanitarian Capri Suns.
I am good. I do not get hungrier.
Okay.
Sorry, since I am kind of like on the board here, I thought I had them copied so I could just copy and delete. So, which one do I roll, red or black?
Doesn't matter. It's you need two different colors because we need to be able to differentiate between hunger die when you're making a skill check. But for this, it doesn't actually make a difference.
They
Six.
do not get hungrier.
And for the record, with these dice, guys, they're not going to give you numbers. They're going to give you either symbols of the vampire, like the vampire seal, that is successful, or they're going to give you blanks, which is that is failure, because it's the dice pool system. It's just counting how many successes you have.
Yee.
If you get, you can see it on my stream right here, or you could look at it from the angle I'm looking at it. If you get the little dagger, Ankh dagger with the 2 stars next to it, that is a 10. That is important because that counts as 2 successes. Now I know rules as written, it's if you get 2 of those symbols, you actually count that as 4. I think that's really dumb and awkward, so I'm just going to simplify it and say each one of those counts as 2.
Also, one thing to question just in regards to that. Do messy criticals still count if we get just any crit on the red, or is it still only if we get a crit on the red and a crit on a non-red?
No, you do need to crit on both.
Cool.
Ah, lenience.
I will have to double check that in terms of the rules. I'll do a quick peruse while you guys are chatting at some point. But for now, that's what I'm going with.
All right.
So if you guys rolled below a 6, so like a 5 or lower, you go up to hunger 2, because the only way to go to hunger 0 is to kill a human while feeding, which is itself a big problem.
Don't do it.
That's when you make an oopsie fucky wucky.
Yes.
And so, feel free, if you guys want to sit at hunger 2, that's fine. If you guys want to feed, we can do a quick little role play on that, depending upon who is the hungry one. Some of you guys have herd, and Lixie can even share her herd, like there's no rules against that, which allows you to, once, a number of times, or, I'm sorry, the exact ruling is, you can slake up to your herd perk in hunger for free every week. So if you have 5 herd, every week you could just say, I recover, 1 heat this day, 2 the next day, and she can share it. And that's her cult.
Yeah.
So who got hungry?
I will say that I'm not gonna go feed. I don't need to feed yet.
Okay. So
Michael's preferred method of feeding is letting his food come to him, so he will probably still be hungry and grumpy by the time he gets there.
Okay. So as a reminder, the way that hunger dice work is, or the way that hunger mechanic works, is that you replace a number of your dice pool with red dice equal to your hunger. So let's say you have a pool of 8 dice, you'll take 8 black dice. People with hunger 1 would replace one of those black dice with a red dice. People with hunger 2 would replace 2 of those black dice with 2 red dice, etc. If the red dice get the critical symbol, the 10, or a 1, that is bad. Bad things happen. Did everyone else pass other than those 2?
I believe so.
I passed.
So,
Best.
yeah, feel
So
free to meet
just
up if you...
verify, did I pass?
Did
I did not catch that. I rolled a 6.
Yeah, 6 or higher is
Any
pass. Yeah, it's just a coin flip.
Okay, cool.
As long as you get a funny Ankh symbol, you pass. That's
Alright.
all you need to know.
So, you guys are all meeting up. Go ahead. I will leave you to roleplay however you like. I have set the scene. It is nighttime. It is kind of chilly outside. You guys are standing outside the Gerard Music Hall.
What are the streetlight situation?
It is. You are currently outside of a college, so there is a reasonable amount of lighting because they wouldn't want the college itself to be kind of dark. But because of where it is in South Philly, like the street and immediate block surrounding the Academic Music Hall, and as a reminder, you guys are up here. If you can see, zoom in, this little like, you see this little road that kind of goes in right above the Gerard Estates and then comes up.
Yeah, the two
This
pixels.
this section over here, this is Deacon's home. This is the Academic Music Hall, right above the Gerard Estates. So like this little area right here, this little area is probably pretty well lit. But as you go further out, you get more sparse city lighting where it's like, you know, they don't want to spend too much money, but they do need to have lights there.
Yeah. I'm just asking for clan bane purposes.
It wouldn't be bright enough to trigger your bane, I don't think. City lights down here tend to be pretty soft, so you'd probably be comfortable just like not standing directly under a street light, but like still within conversation distance.
Mm-hmm. So Sana is just weaving her way towards the group, avoiding the worst of the streets lights and the college lights, just because it makes her really uncomfortable.
I'm okay. This begs a question though, because my brain just works this way. What about the like silly, the light is going out, blue colored ones?
It doesn't matter. It says direct sunlight, or direct light in general.
Oh, direct light. Okay.
Yeah, it's worth remembering.
Direct is not a color.
Yeah, it is worth remembering that like vampire clan banes don't have to make sense. They are mythical problems, you know.
Gotcha.
So, what's up?
I know about as much as you. Good that you decided to join us, by the way, Doctor. Not too busy in your, lab?
Well, you know, even in death, the work is never finished. You got here all right? Do you need cab fare, train pass?
Oh, I hate your ass.
You know what? It's fun. I just pull my wallet out, pull out like $40, and just put it in his pocket for him. You just that should hold you over.
I got nothing right now. You know what? I actually might need the money tonight. Thanks, Victor.
There are the perks for some of us not being the local cryptid, you know.
Yeah, well, somebody has to be the reason that you don't go out in the docks at night.
Are we? Side note, Tro, are we still having your war form as a Zamitsi be inspired by Gritty?
No comment.
Stay tuned, local viewers.
For those viewers who live in America, that makes sense. For those who don't, this is Gritty. This is one of Philadelphia's, like, icons. He's the mascot for the hockey team.
Yeah, I think Gritty of all things is quite ubiquitous in the Western world by now.
Mm-hmm.
Being stalked by Night Gritty.
Remember, don't be a fascist. Be gritty.
All right.
Either way, we are mating up.
Okay.
So, anyone got any idea what Deacon wants us for?
No idea.
Hopefully it will go better than the last time we all had to meet up.
Yeah.
I feel like that's exactly when Rose walks up with her hands shoved deep in her pockets and like kind of slouched a little, and she just gives you a death glare.
There's our little rebel. Have the study guides you've been doing your reading assignments? No, of course you haven't. Who am I kidding?
Welcome to the party,
I
new
think
kid.
Rose just staring at you in response to that.
So besides Suts over here, how's everyone doing?
I'm all right. Little peckish, but what are you gonna do?
I'm fine.
Doing as well as I'm going to be doing. Nothing inordinately good nor bad. No particularly concerning visions of late.
I'll be honest. Hopefully, whatever this is allows us to work off some of the bad cred. I do not need this following me around.
I don't think any of us do.
Anyway, are we gonna head in?
Yeah.
You guys would know at this point that it's not super unusual for you to just walk in. Colleges like this do tend to have super late night, and it's not usually 24 hours, but like until like 1 or 2 in the morning, they usually have like study groups and that kind of thing for the library. The school doesn't totally shut down, right? And like presumably Deacon, having ghouled the dean of the school, would have given you guys like fake student IDs. And in fact, if you guys are keeping track of your inventory or anything, you can go ahead and add that. You guys would all have like a fake student ID for the Gerard music thing, or like for those of you that were older when you returned, like an employee ID marking you as like a janitor or something. So it wouldn't be, you would have to figure out some way to get in unseen. You could just walk in.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Did I study here?
If you'd like to have, that's fine. The Gerard Academic Music Hall is a pre-college to early college school program dedicated specifically on music. And
Okay, nah,
Deacon,
never mind then.
yeah, and Deacon is an audiophile. That's why he decided to make this his haven.
He likes cassettes.
But yeah, okay. So
Well,
well-
age before beauty.
If
that
nobody's gonna do
leaves-
anything, Sana is going to take point and open the door.
okay, yeah, you
With her-
open the halls.
Fake student card.
This late at night, because it's getting on probably 10:30, 11 o'clock, as I had mentioned, the lights are probably dimmed, but obviously not totally off. They usually go, like, this late at night, they go into, like, maintenance mode where, like, every second light is turned off. Like, it's enough to walk, but, you know, they don't want to make it feel too comfortable for people, you know?
Yeah.
And you guys would know, you can go, if you don't want to do anything else in the school, you can go right up the back staircase into you know, to the top floor to Deacon's place.
Don't think I've got anything to take care of, so I can probably head up there.
No point in keeping him waiting.
Okay. Well, you can get to the top floor. The stairwell is one of those old, just because this is the old section of the building, right? So the stairwell is one of those poorly lit, one side lit almost entirely by moonlight, because one side is all like bay windows. You know what I mean? Just concrete stairs, almost like a parking garage staircase kind of thing. You get to the top floor, and the only door at the top floor, because there's no like classrooms up here, is just a nondescript blank metal door with a keypad that just says maintenance on it in, like, you know, one of those little plaque kind of things. You would know that this is Deacon's home. You wouldn't have access through your key cards. You can, you know, knock, you could call him, whatever you want to do to ask your way in.
Well, if
Victor
nobody else
just
is going to-
flips out his phone and sends a quick text that just says, "We've arrived."
Rose is very deliberately
while-
staying at the back of the pack.
While he does that, Michael will knock.
There's a little bit of a shuffling sound inside, and the door opens with a little bit of a creak, and you recognize this is one of Deacon's other close ghouls. The ghoul that opens up is Miranda. Miranda, it was a college student that ended up finding her way up here and getting lost, and Deacon ghouled her because he decided that while he does have the dean is a ghoul, having a younger ghoul that could get to some places without seeming as weird as a like mid-50s balding white guy to be would be helpful. So she, she looks at you guys and kind of looks you up and down, and she's like, "Oh, I'm glad to see you arrive so quickly. Deacon is waiting for you in the sitting room." And she just kind of opens it and like respectfully bows her head a little bit. Deacon is a Toreador, I believe we had decided. So like she does kind of have that deference to her betters kind of trained into her. So she kind of like, and she's got that like, she's wearing kind of similar to like, I would call it librarian chic, right? Like she's got like a brown cardigan over a like deep green like blouse and like kind of loose fitting trousers that are like kind of flowy. And she kind of like steps back and like bows to you and lets you in. Deacon's room is in stark contrast to the very minimalist, almost brutal staircase, lavishly decorated. There are satin lounge chairs dotting the place. He's got like hand carved oak like stereo system, like entertainment system, but instead of a TV, it's got like a record player and all this other kind of stuff on it. He's got like dotting the walls. He's got paintings of like famous blues artists and that kind of thing all around. And it's lit by like very soft, the kind of lighting that this might be an American reference, I don't actually know, but like old diner lighting, those like weird stained glass lampshades. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'm not familiar.
I'll pull up a quick picture. I'll throw it up on the here, like these kind of things. Pull it up on stream so you can take a look.
I am looking. I have activated my hand.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was
Oh,
picturing.
those kinds. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm familiar now.
So he's gotten a bunch of those. That's
the
what,
local.
yeah, that's a
I do
pub
like
lights.
those.
Atrail says, which offer a soft light for the room because it's broken up by the stained glass, but it's also weirdly entrancing because it's all these different colors that play across the different like surface textures and stuff like that. He is playing probably on the turntable. He's probably got some like local jazz guys like fucking vinyl going.
I bet he would like ELO.
And you can kind of see, like, from where you're sitting, you can kind of see into what his ghoul referred to as a sitting room. It's really just another storage room that he converted with, like, comfy chairs and a desk for him. And you can kind of see, like, the back of his head and his arm through the doorway. And he's, like, reading something, but not, like... He didn't respond to you coming in. And with a little bit of an awkward silence, he would say, "You five, please attend to me."
So, what was Deacon's surname again? Because, like, Dro has forgotten, but Michael would not have.
That's a very good question. I don't know if I ever actually gave him one.
Well, then maybe we just don't know it.
Yeah, I think I didn't give it to him because like Deacon, I couldn't think of a reason why Deacon would ever tell you, you know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, it's just Mr. Deacon.
He nods at you politely as you come in. For those wondering, or for those of you that have more visual thing, this is what Deacon looks like. again, pulling it up on stream. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's get this down at the bottom of the screen here so that he's not getting cut off. So Deacon is Deacon is a like early to mid 30s man. He is wearing an immaculately tailored silk black suit with a matching kerchief and tie. He keeps a close cropped haircut with his very, very deep brown, almost black hair, and a well trimmed beard. He's kind of got the like businessman that's very successful but doesn't feel the need to flaunt his success kind of look to him. He's got very intense eyes, which is something you guys all would have noticed right away. He's got one of those stares that, like, when he's looking at you, it's like he's staring into your soul.
Sana does not like that he does that. It's invasive.
But as you come in, he gestures at the various seating around the room, and it's all the chairs in the room are nice, but like because he's kind of scrounging, none of them are like I'm gonna use the term scrounging. He's very wealthy, but like because he's picking up most of the stuff from estate sales, it's not like one cohesive set. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to note that as Cassandra goes to find her sheet, she removes her uncharacteristically kind of fancy-looking coat to reveal punk goth clothing beneath, goes to lay her coat across her seat, and then just finds herself staring at one of the lights. Just kind of like mildly captivated by it.
He will raise an eyebrow at you, and but not mention it. You've been a kindred around him long enough. He's kind of gotten used to your particular quirks. He'll say,
After a moment, Cassandra will take her seat after she kind of shakes her head a little bit.
he'll say, I appreciate you for responding so quickly. There has been a matter that has come up that I believe would be best for me to pass on to you five as a task to accomplish.
What happened?
Says, well, as you know, Suki is displeased with you, and if Suki is displeased with you, I am displeased with you. As such, it has behooved me to find a situation which you can begin to earn your way back into everyone's good graces. Despite the fact that you have disappointed me with the attempt on my life not too long ago, I do find myself somewhat concerned for your well-being, and it would inconvenience me were Suki to decide that you were to meet the sun. As such, when I was informed by some of my, shall we say, agents in the Philadelphia police that something was amiss, I have decided that I will give you the opportunity to investigate it, and to do so in a way that might prove that you can work together as a group. And he'll turn the stuff that he was reading and kind of slide it across his desk. And he's kind of intentionally sliding it not towards anyone to give you a chance to like for someone to like take charge of this. And he'll lean back and he'll continue. He'll say, 2 weeks ago, I got a message from a sergeant in police force who I have on my payroll. He informed me that there has been a rash of arrests in the area. Now, while I personally don't give a shit what happens to the mortals or what their criminals going ons are, as long as it doesn't threaten me, the details of these arrests did strike me as particularly interesting. These are all gang members who have been arrested for flashing new purchases, and there have been no taxable records that explain the sudden influx of cash they would need to purchase these sports cars and great new jewelry and such things. A couple of them have taken plea deals and spilled details, and it appears as though someone has been buying up a lot of illegal firearms from the local gangs. A lot. We are talking moving the kind of munitions, taken as a whole, not from any one particular gang, but taken as a whole. We're talking about moving the kind of munitions you would see in perhaps some of the less civilized countries preparing a militia or an uprising. Now, particularly, if you were, was that gasp in character?
It was, yeah, he was about to.
Okay, he would cut
say
himself
something.
off. He would cut himself off and look at you expectantly.
Is there any reason to expect that there's something beyond mortal shenanigans going on here?
Deacon will lean forward and he'll take a very, very like immaculate cigarette case that he had on his desk. He'll pop it open and take one out and light it up. And as soon as he lights it, you can tell that he's rolled these not in rum or bourbon, but he has rolled his cigarettes in blood. And he'll start dragging on it, and he'll say, "Yes, good question, my friend. First, these reports indicate that the buyer does not appear to be a common lowlife like we so frequently see around here. Descriptions include things like him wearing nicely pressed khakis, a polo shirt, and being a well-kept white man that drives a Kia minivan. Doesn't sound like the kind of person that would be going around buying crates of rifles. Secondly, the buyer has asked a lot of questions about the Reading terminal market." He'll take a drag from the cigarette. "The criminals believe that just means that he's an out-of-towner, but we all know that there's more significance to that building than the mortals know."
So you want us to figure this shit out, huh?
Well, based on the fact that the bio was clearly from out of town, and the sales have been taking place primarily within the Southern District, this is how I found out about it, I believe it is likely that another buy will take place. What I would like you to do is investigate, see whether or not this could be a new hunter group, or perhaps a return to the Blades of Michael. If that's the case, I want their head. If not, I want answers. At the very least, I need you to prove to me that the five of you can work together without causing a scene, without drawing attention to the masquerade, and without unnecessary bloodshed.
But if they're hunters, we are to dispose of them.
I did say unnecessary, didn't I?
Just making sure. Just making sure.
And he'll kind of like half smirk and like do that one chuckle that's more his body like rocking, you know what I mean? And he'll say, "I'll be certain to pass on to Eamon whatever the results of your investigation are out here, Pirka."
Yes, of course.
Now, due to the stakes of what could be represented here, I believe it would be possible for me to convince Suki to allow you to investigate in the central prefecture where the Reading Terminal Markets is located. However, as that is Elysium and as that is her territory, doing so would require her permission and awareness. As of right now, Suki does not know these details, as far as I am aware. I would like to keep it that way. If it were up to me, I would come to her with proof of this being resolved favorably, rather than proof of it being an issue in progress.
Understandable. So, as much as possible, try to keep things here, yeah?
He'll nod at you.
Do we have any leads on where the next trade, purchase, what have you, is going to happen?
I'll take another drag and he'll say, "Unfortunately, you know as much as the police do, which, as of this time, isn't much. It appears as though whatever minivan this individual is using swaps its plates. I do know it appears to be a light silver or perhaps baby blue Kia minivan, and the individual that has been described is consistently presented as, well, if you were to go on Google tonight and type in white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, you would get pretty close. Now, that having been said, the gangs that he has been purchasing from don't appear to have any connection to each other outside of possible hostility and territorial disputes. I could not guess where he would go next. He might go to the same gang. He might go to a new gang. If you have any connections in the criminal underworld, that would be a good place to start. Or any connections with any kind of military or arms dealers, that would also be a good place to start.
Does the description of the car in particular, and sort of the description of, yes, it is a very well put together and nondescript white guy, could that possibly be any of our acquaintances over in Camden? Or
Deacon,
and I say acquaintances because we are not friends.
are you asking out of character?
Out of character.
This
is an inside
the description does not match any of the description does not match any of the kindreds from the coterie you are beefing with in Camden.
Okay, cool. Just because it is Cammy turf over there, so who knows what they're up to.
They're I mean, the description doesn't match it, but also a lot of that description is based on haircut and clothing, which could change, but like it doesn't jump out at you immediately as like this would be the kind of thing that they would do. I'm not telling you no, I'm telling you that's not where your brain would probably go first.
Yeah, not likely.
Yeah. God damn it, Lixie. I saw that message. For those on the recording, Lixie typed in the stream chat, Camden, more like Cammy-den.
Classic.
I will note that after Deacon described the vehicle, Cassandra has silently pulled out a sketchbook and began just drawing something resembling a minivan, and is kind of trying to trigger potentially some sort of vision if something will come to her.
Okay, let me take a look at your character sheet here. Cassandra Mullins, craft drawing. Do me a, actually, premonition. Let me look that up here real quick. You have 3 dots in Auspex, one of which is premonition. Where are the disciplines? Disciplines. Protean, presence, dominate, animism. Best discipline.
I have it.
Auspex. Okay, here we go. Premonition. Cost, free, or 1 rouse check. Whenever the storyteller deems appropriate, this power gives the character a sudden hint that aids them in some way, letting them find a clue they've missed or saving them from danger. Whether it gives... The user can also actively provoke a premonition by focusing on a subject, which is a rouse check and rolling a resolve plus Auspex. The number of successes rolled determines the level of insight into the subject, if any. Okay, so in order to do this, you would need to make a rouse check. That's that coin flip to determine whether or not you gain Hungy. And in fact, you know what? What I'm going to do is for the rouse checks, because rouse checks are based on number, not on, the pass-fail thing. I'm going to make a bunch of rouse check dice here for you guys. So these will actually have the numbers on them. Go ahead and grab one. So you need a 6 or higher to not get Hungy. Oh, you rolled a 1? Okay.
I get Hungy.
So you get Hungy. So add one hunger.
Thankfully, you can't crit fail a rouse check.
Yes. So you should be at hunger 2 then. Because remember, everyone starts at hunger 1.
Yep.
All right. Now, that was resolve plus... Right? Hold on. Resolve plus Auspex. Your Auspex dice is 3. Your resolve is 4. So you are rolling 7 dice. You are going to replace 2 of them with the red dice.
All right.
So that's 5 black, 2 red. That almost went off. Okay, that's 1 success, 2 successes, 3 successes, 4, 5 successes. That is on the hunger die. So this actually brings up the question that was asked earlier, right? Let me go and read the exact rules in regards to messy criticals, unless Lixie, who's probably played more B5, knows them off the top of her head.
A messy critical, to my understanding, is a complication occurs, like you succeed but you overkill it.
Okay.
And,
So I've got
create mess.
I've got it right here, too.
I've got the rules pulled up if you want me to read it.
Yep. A critical, blah, 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 blah. The beast has scored a critical, perhaps not you. The storytelling player must work together. Your hunger has an example. Your hunger has driven you to greater than normal performance at the cost of control. You killed the bouncer, but you clearly snapped his spine or tore out his throat. You succeed so well that it causes an issue. Here are the potential. Let's see. What are the exact rules on this? Okay.
Well, just because the question I was asking earlier was, will it still be like just any crit with a blood die involved, or does it still have to be the? Oh wait, no, it's any time. No, yeah, it is critical win, so it does have to be 2 10s ordinarily. But because of the different crit rules, are we going with
I'd say no. It would have to be. Here's what I'll say. It either has to be a messy critical. It has to be a critical success with 2 of those 10 showing, or if you get on the hunger, or if you get a 10 and a 1, which has that like skull face on it. So it is slightly more likely than having to get 2 10s, but it's not as bad as any 10. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So if you get a 10 and a 1 or 2 10s, then it's a messy critical. Okay?
Cool.
In this case, that's not what happened. In this case, you got a 10, but no 1 or second 10. So that is just 5 successes. All right. You begin to sketch. And as you begin to sketch, your eyes roll into the back of your head. And you are now sketching less looking at the art and more peering into the ether. Now, as you sketch, more and more details fill in. Details that you weren't told. And Deacon has now shut up, because Deacon knows you well enough to know that, like, this is something that he should be paying attention to, you know? You guys have lived in the same, like, neighborhood for a while. You begin to sketch more and more and more, and you begin to fill in stuff that the descriptions that didn't have. For example, you begin to fill in the fact that the back bumper has religious bumper stickers on it. You begin to fill in the fact that one of the license plate you give it, and you give it actual like numbers, is a Maryland license plate. The license plates that have been discussed have been from Jersey, from Virginia, from everywhere but Maryland surrounding here. And you also begin to sketch a rough face. It's not enough to like look at and go, oh, I know this person. You can bring it to a cop or something, but it's enough to be like, I might recognize this dude if I see him walking in the street, you know?
All right.
And when all of this is done, you guys see her just furious. This is like auto drawing, right? Like that psychic kind of like auto drawing thing. She begins to bleed a little bit out of her nose. And it's old, like more and more and more this art is happening and happening and happening as more and more details, and then the blood drips off of her lip and onto the paper and splashes directly across the picture of the guy. And it lands like right at like his neck near where the jugular would be, and then her eyes snap back into place and she drops the pencil without realizing it. Deacon says nothing but looks at you and raises an eyebrow. He says, oh, have you returned to us, Cassandra?
I left.
Without
Oh,
saying
yeah.
anything, Rose just reaches up with like a piece of tissue, and just wipes Cassandra's nose.
Oh, thank you.
You awaken
Yeah.
from your stupor, not even necessarily realizing you had blanked out, a little bit hungrier than you were before.
I lick my lips, kind of just subconsciously. Looks like a Maryland plate. It's got bumper stickers as well, religious ones. Doesn't seem that weird considering the description that we got.
All right, so could be with the hunter orgs, or could want us to think they are. Or
I mean,
I don't know who
probably
you're.
recognize them.
Hmm?
If I saw him, I could probably recognize him. And she'll like hold up the sketch of the kind of face that is part of it.
For gameplay purposes and simplicity, I'm going to say that you don't like the sketching was an automatic thing. You would have no greater insight than the rest of the coterie. You would just be going off the drawing. So anyone with the drawing could try to match that up.
Got it. Okay.
I have a question.
Sure.
Since my haven is relatively close to the local Salvation Army office, would I have anything to recognize from there? With all the added details.
Hmm.
I can roll it if you want me to.
I'm trying. I'm going to. I'm trying to think what I would have you roll. I'm gonna say intelligence is probably mostly connected to memory.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna say intelligence streetwise. Streetwise is a little bit of a weird one, but like this would be. Do you remember seeing this guy or hearing anything about this guy? Which I can equate to gathering info on the street, you know?
Yeah. All right. Time to.
Now, where are you rolling?
I rolled this little pile here.
It's right here.
This is my pile.
Really, only 4?
Unfortunately, you may need to separate
I
those
have
out.
4 into that category because
I'm looking at Victor. I'm sorry. Let me look at Let me look at what skills you've got.
No, it makes sense.
But yeah, intelligence and streetwise. It's still, yeah, it's still correct. I would have. The other option would have been intelligence and investigation, which so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Investigation is more active.
1 success. It sounds like the. You're not sure. It sounds like I'm trying to think of how to put this. I don't want to imply you absolutely know, yes, this is this guy. But you have a vague idea that sounds similar to the description and the car that's like you were walking past some of the people that were doing collections for Salvation Army. We're talking about like someone from some church nearby that was doing like some charity drive, and they had mentioned something like, I helped bring like, the food into the back of his shitty old Kia. I don't understand why people have to have all of these bumper stickers. So like, it's not a definite thing, but it's like, that might be him.
Mm-hmm. So Pipko is going to say, well, Sana. Because it's gonna be easier to say to everybody. She's going to say, I think I've seen that van near the Salvation Church place. On Tasker Street.
Might be worth looking into.
More of a start than we had anywhere else.
I'll ask one of my fellows to have a look.
Deacon will lean
And
back.
now I think
Deacon's gonna lean back into his like big leather wingback chair, and he's gonna say, "Is there anything you need from me?" He's gonna start looking at his nails.
I think we've got what we need for right now. Can we take these? And he'll gesture at the documents that have been put out in front of them.
Do we have like copies of the police reports and things like that?
He'll slide a flash drive over to you. He says, "I must return the originals lest anyone gets suspicious. However, Please, I have made photocopies. I am not a Luddite.
Thank
Although
you.
couldn't hang out with us if you were.
Nor Suki. Because kind of the whole point of the Veil is that it was a technological revolution. So
Yeah.
Aside from that, and Michael will do the fucking the old man stand up. You know, the one like slap on the knees and just like stretch his entire
and you
body
gotta
up.
hit him with the well, about time I get out of here.
Time to hit the old dusty trail.
gotta do the dad groan as you stand up.
It doesn't
Even
matter
in
that
a
he hasn't
common
felt
thing.
joint pain in like decades. It doesn't matter.
Is this like
Even
a
in
common thing
undeath,
that
my
he
knees
does?
are terrible.
Does the Meatsy intentionally fucking with his joints so he has old man creaks when he stands up?
Crunch.
Probably best for us to hit the streets then, yeah?
The night is young, but
Sounds
it
like
is
it.
limited. He'll look at you and he'll say, I cannot give you a direct timeline on when this is to be done, but I will say before this becomes a bigger problem, based on how many weapons have already been purchased, I would guess you don't have too long. However, don't make too much haste. Remember, discretion is better part of virtue.
Yeah.
Keep in mind.
Visions from our own Pythia and quotes from the Bard. We're off to a wonderful start this evening.
Yep, and he'll do the really shitty thing, but he's also a Toreador, so like it's not that weird. He'll do the thing where he'll go back to like reading something that was like on his desk, like the original copies, and he'll do the like "Be gone, peasants" wrist wave. You know the dismissal wrist wave where it's just like, you know exactly the movement I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Almost like you're sweeping something away.
Exactly. And as soon as he does that, Miranda, his ghoul, opens the door. It's like she was timing it, and she'll like do a big sweeping arm gesture to like not rush you guys out, but be like, "Oh, hey, here's the door."
The very polite way to say, "Get the fuck out of my house." Sana is
Why
not
are
going
you
to
still in my house? Get
contend
out.
with that. So she's going to head on out. She does have her phone in her hand, sending some text messages.
To whomst?
To one of my herd mates in the cult,
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you got.
just to see if they have anything.
I'm gonna say, just to make Herd a little bit more powerful, because I do like Herd, but I do feel it's very limited considering how quickly one can rack up hunger. I'm gonna say you can have a member of your herd meet you anywhere. Especially with your backstory, you probably have all of their numbers. You could easily just be like, hey, meet us outside 22nd the Snyder and just like go grab a bite to eat. You know what I mean? Literally in your case.
Yeah, I'm going to grab like a retainer or something like that at some point, just to solidify that mechanically.
Yeah.
But for now, it's like I'm not gonna ask this to be like big, a big thing, because that is not what the herd is for. The herd is for having free snacks.
Yep. I wouldn't have your herd do anything other than like bring you incidental stuff at this point or give you a food.
Yeah.
Look, sometimes you gotta let your little vampire Skrunkly have little snackies.
Yeah. And I have my very own cookie jar.
Who this evening shall be the sweet treat?
Well,
think it's
I like
Roma.
to keep my finger in each and every one of them at some point.
It's fine. Just toss them into the fucking trapped warehouse for enrichment. It'll all be fine.
No, let's not do that. Well, we have some potential bad guys we can do that for instead. That could be very enriching for all of us.
All right. Aside from what we found out there, we do also have our own contacts, right?
Yeah.
As a reminder from session 0, relevant contacts for you, because it was specifically talked about being on the criminal underground, criminal adjacent, or arms dealer related. The three people that come to mind for me immediately are the mob guys that you guys know of. You don't have a direct connection to them, but you do know of them. You have the Suki's ghoul who runs the casino. It is pretty well known that the casino sees all sorts of unsavory types. So it wouldn't be out of the question to say, hey, have you seen anyone like this? And then you would know that the area around the skate park is gang territory. The skate park itself has been largely cleaned up, and the gangs have kind of agreed, like, this is their, like, you know, no-go turf, except for, like, small stuff like drug deals, no, like, violence or whatever. But that is still not a great spot.
Mm-hmm.
So
we
you
cleaned that up.
Yeah. And then of course, you know, it's also South Philly, so like pick a dark corner and you'll find criminal element. So
Yeah. I have some idea what I can do.
All right. So
Just
we
sorry.
should probably head off to Tasker Street, and aside from that, should probably pay a visit to Suki's ghoul. At least that's what I'm thinking. We want to head to both as a group, or
So Tasker Street had the deli that has the mob. Suki's ghoul is, like you said, down in the casino, and then Lixie pointed out that she's got she has a potential lead at the Salvation Army, which would be like closer to over near Gray's Ferry. She's somewhere over here.
Yeah. It's more like I remember her haven is like at Tasker Street.
Yeah, I didn't
Very far
realize
west.
that it was going to delete the drawings that we had on the board before. So I'm going to have to go back and watch session 0 and redraw them and put them back on the map. But I have it up on my side screen right here.
Mm-hmm.
I miss my shithole drawing.
I miss the heart above the Aldi. Everyone loves Aldi.
So yeah. Sana's gonna ask, do you want to split up for this to cover more ground faster?
I mean, I was
Actually,
planning to head home and take a look at this flash drive.
I'm sorry, let me clarify. Tasker Street is Lixie. The deli was on Wharton. So the deli's up here. I can, in fact, draw those here. Wharton, it was right about at the corner of Wharton. Nope, those are lines. I want to freehand. Deli. Here is Lixie's Haven, which is close to the Salvation Army. And then, well, I don't need to put a mark for the casino because it's, you know.
It's just an actual, real-ass landmark.
Yeah. Thank you, Google. You were useful for once.
Okay, that's important. That's important.
And then skate. And again, I'll make this much prettier on an actual PDF that I will then update.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I still think that we can. This is a good place to start with. More open.
All right. Probably best for you to go deal with your local stuff. If you're heading home, how about you and me head into the casino, huh, Doc? Because you're over that way, right? Am I crazy?
Split the party.
Casino's in the opposite direction of where I live, but it's okay. I'm sure that blow to your head just jostled a couple things. It's fine.
Believe it or not,
Ro-
Doc, the location of your haven is not the most important information in my life.
Rose
Well,
just kind of
it
rolls
is
her eyes.
to mine. You, young lady, need to start doing your reading assignments. I gave you the PDFs for a reason, so that you can get in the know with all this.
You act like I've got a computer or something.
Do you not? Wait. Do I need to get you a computer? You have a phone, don't
computers
you?
at the libraries.
Yeah, you got. Hang on, you got a smartphone, right?
She pulls out the most shitty, banged up, cracked screen. One part of the screen has the white line running from the top of the screen all the way to the bottom smartphone you could imagine.
Victor just puts his head in his hand. We're replacing that. We're replacing it. Just
Michael takes approximately $40 out from his jacket and gives it to you.
I'm gonna take this moment.
No.
To pin the rules for resources and economy in the Discord.
I was given $40. It is that $40.
God damn it.
Oh, Michael. That you are going to be the absolute death of me, the lot of you. Well, second death. Regardless. Since apparently we're going to have to go on a little excursion at some point, do any of the rest of you need anything? Notebooks? Delivery of deli sandwiches to your... I'm sorry, you don't like calling it a cult, your organization?
It is my support group that I run for the community.
Mm-hmm.
Listen,
Rose
life shit as
pointedly
it
says
is.
nothing.
People need to have some place where their troubles can come to light in a safe and proper manner.
I'm
All
going
right,
to
in
say it
that
is
case,
probably
if
getting
it's-
on to midnight 30 at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Alright,
Okay,
well,
so
you want me to go with Cassandra and...
sorry, go on, Rose.
and y'all go to... You said Tracker Street?
Tasker Street, yeah.
Tasker Street. Yeah, I live there.
Yeah, that.
So I was gonna check there. Just
I'll head with you and Cassandra. Can get back to my haven afterwards quicker.
Alright.
All right.
Okay, so who's going where?
You good to go?
Yep, I'm trying to
let's
straighten
get
out
moving.
who's going where.
Yes, I believe it's myself, Cassandra, and Rose are going to the casino, unless that plan has changed, and then Victor and Sana are going to Tasker Street.
Okay.
Is that correct?
I mean, you tell me.
Yeah, I'm asking. I'm going there.
Yeah, Victor was going to head back to his haven to try to do research on the info we have on that flash drive, but also he's not going to let Sana go by herself, so he'll just kind of acquiesce.
Oh, come on. It's your backyard. What could possibly go wrong?
You know where we live.
Oh
That's
yeah,
not-
no, that's Victor. Victor lives like way over like here. Other side,
Yeah, I'm
other
over
side
in
of the prefecture.
Pensport.
Yeah.
I'm in the nicer part of the prefecture.
So hang on. So going from here to here is not the opposite direction to here.
I mean, it's a matter of triangulation. You know,
It's a matter of trying. It's not. That is an inaccurate statement. But he's also just not wanting to spend time
I'd
with
be-
your stinky ass.
Your
I'd be going
feeble
south.
mind cannot possibly
I'd be-
come comprehend this, Michael.
southeast instead of northeast. It's a... Look, I'm a medical doctor, not a geographer.
You're a doctor, not a navigator.
True. True, I did
Why
not
should I listen
study
to your
land
ideas,
math.
Michael?
As we are exiting, I would like to use a power.
Okay.
Ooh.
I would like to use Sense the Beast.
Okay.
Doho.
Let me pull up
and I would
disciplines.
like
And that is
to-
what discipline is that?
That is animalism.
It's a level 1 run, right?
And
Yeah.
it is a level 1.
Oh, actually, that reminds me. Dro, what's Theodore the Terror Pigeon been doing?
Oh yes. We must know.
Is he with you?
Theodore the Theodore the Hell Pigeon is not with me, I'm afraid. He'd have seen no reason to bring him out to this, but he is prepared back in the warehouse, back in the Haven.
He's making you lunch. Okay. All right, yeah. So go ahead. Sense the beast.
Victor the Terror Pigeon.
Description of sense the beast. The
Yeah,
vampire can sense the beast present in mortals, vampires, and other supernaturals, gaining a sense of their nature, hunger, and hostility. We are ignoring the nature mechanic because I think it's really unnecessary. So you can sense how hungry or like the general hostility level of mortals and kindred.
Yeah, I want to. I will ask before I use it. Like, I want to try to get a feel for his disposition on the matter. Like, if he's annoyed or like more pensive about it, then perhaps he might be letting on to us. Because I've been with Deacon most of my unlife, so if I get the sense that perhaps we're not being told everything, I might try to just prod in that direction.
Okay. Okay, so you need to roll Resolve plus Animalism, and I need to roll Deacon's Composure plus Subterfuge.
Which I'm sure he has a lot of.
He's a Toreador. he's a Toreador.
Alright.
Man.
So I'm rolling the
Where you
dice.
You're over here? Okay.
Yes,
So,
I'm over in the
Your
corner.
let me pull up your character sheet. Your resolve is 3. Your animalism is 1, so you
Animalism
are rolling
is
4
1.
dice, and you are replacing one of the black dice with the red dice for your hunger.
Okay. Cool. So 2 successes.
You sense nothing from him.
Okay. It's very hit or miss on whether it works, and he's come to accept that fact. So, just a shrug, and then he inclines his head to Miranda as we leave and just says good evening. She might be a ghoul, but it pays to be polite.
Yeah, she'll nod to you.
Yeah, pretty much everyone in Deacon's employ there, and the entire time that they were in there, Rose is completely silent. She is distinctly uncomfortable there.
All right. So, who wants to roleplay their thing first? Who's feeling the roleplay mood?
I feel the roleplay mood.
All right, then. Since you volunteered, Faust, you are also getting voluntold.
Marvelous.
All right. So, Victor, Sana, you guys, we can say you catch a cab. I'm not gonna make you guys worry about the cash or that kind of thing.
No, I have money.
Yeah, you guys catch a cab, because you guys both have resources, which if no one in here had resources, I would say that getting there is actually a matter, but so we'll say that takes half an hour. It's not a lot of traffic here, so you're mostly just going across town. You arrived at Tasker Street, and Lixie, you're going specifically to your haven, correct?
Somewhere nearby, because the cult isn't situated inside the haven, but they often show up for wholesome activities.
Fucking and sucking. Just, the sucking is not related to the fucking. Yeah, it's funny. Alright, well, I have nothing currently relevant in the area, so I will let you decide where you meet up. Give me a description. Where are you going? Where are you telling your herd to meet you?
Well, we're gonna meet like about a block or two away from the Salvation Army place.
Okay.
And she's like just calling up one person because like she doesn't need the entire group with her. They can do whatever they want. Maybe they're having like a crack shot contest or something. Who knows?
Alright, well, there's, we'll say that, a couple of blocks away, there's, like, a small hole in the wall, like, greasy spoon kind of eatery. One of those
Hell
shitty
yeah.
places that just has, like, cheesesteaks written with no, like, title for the restaurant or anything. And, like, a couple of those, like, greasy tabletops and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I know them.
Yeah, so you could probably meet up there. And
The best places.
Yeah. You go in there and, the guy behind the counter kind of like gives you a nod, and he's like, "Hey, can I get you anything?"
I'm good.
All right,
Big dinner.
fair enough. Let me know if you want nothing. I'll let you know the.
Might be buying a friend of mine something.
Okay. It's kind of quiet, but if we start getting busy, I'm asking you to leave for some paying customers. You understand?
Yeah.
Take a
Tell me
seat.
to fuck off whenever.
Yeah. And we'll go back to like cleaning his like flat top grill or whatever the fuck he was doing. It takes about 5 minutes after you arrive, and then one of your herd members, a young guy, we'll say like 22, wearing a like olive drab like army surplus jacket, like ripped up jeans and like a heavy sweatshirt underneath the army jacket. He's got messy hair, and like looks like he hasn't slept very well, but he has a good pep in his step. He's not acting like he's tired or whatever. And he'll come in and he'll say, "Oh, hey, Sana, what's up? You needed me?"
Yes, I do.
And he'll look at Victor. He'll look at Victor and just like kind of do the eye him up and down thing. You tell me, have you introduced the rest of the coterie to your cult yet?
No.
Okay, so he won't say anything, he won't recognize them, he'll just give the polite nod you do when you meet up with a friend and they're with someone you don't recognize, you know what I mean? The like, sup kind of nod.
And I give just a very non-committal, like...
Lift your hand up at
incline
the
of the
wrist
head.
kind of thing. Just that like, hey.
Yeah, just a... How's it going, kind of.
Fair. Okay. So, what'd you need, Senna? Oh, do you have your cult members call you anything specifically?
No, not
Okay.
yet.
Not.
So you gotta
How
get them
ominous.
slowly down to calling you God. You don't start with
Oh,
Magistrates is an
only when you've
earned
got the fuzzy
title.
cuffs on.
We will start at priestess at some point. Quick question. Is it okay for me to retroactively have said that Sana took like a picture of the drawing?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I figured that was a thing that you guys all just kind of like... I'm including the picture of the drawing in the, like... These are the documents you guys have.
Gotcha. So Sana steps up to her little sycophant, and she takes out her phone and she's going to like wrap an arm around his waist and she's going to say, "Have you seen one of these vans around lately?" And she shows the picture.
I'm gonna have you make a skill check here. Technically, I know you're asking him,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
the narrative here doesn't change the mechanic, which is that you're trying to get street information. So let's go with charisma streetwise.
Even better. Do I get any bonus dice for?
Actually, charisma
being
investigation
seductive?
here, because you're asking one specific person.
Oh, balls!
I'm sorry, I'm looking at Victor's again. I keep on misclicking on Victor's. Yeah, okay, so we'll go with charisma streetwise. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It's not subterfuge, so you wouldn't get the bonus for seduction.
Well, no, but I can still use it for other things.
Well, right, but you're also not seducing the guy. You're not leveraging your sex
Yeah,
appeal
fair.
here at all.
No,
so,
not yet.
So your charisma is 4, your streetwise is 1, so rolling 5.
Yeah, I'm running. Whoop. That was the. Hold on, let me fix that. There we go.
Almost the exact same result. That's really funny. It's literally just you got the exact same thing of 3 successes, but it's just which dies were successful changed.
It's a canon event. We can't change it.
That's really funny. He's
The
gonna.
fate have spoken.
Cassandra's just right next to you, like, it has been foreseen.
There's just on one of the bumper stickers, there's 3 little stars.
Okay. He's gonna look at it a little bit, scratch his neck a little, and he's gonna say, yeah, that does look a little familiar. Mind if I make some phone calls?
Oh, please do make some phone calls, my dear.
And he's gonna pull out his phone and, 2 hands start typing and like step out. And you'll have a couple of minutes while he makes these phone calls. He doesn't want to like be talking in the restaurant, so.
Yeah. In the meantime, Sana will tell the guy running the kitchen, "Yo, fix my pal up with something tasty." And she throws her head towards her very normal herd mate. And she just slams a bill on the counter. It includes a tip. It's enough money for it to be like a proper tip.
All right. He'll raise an eyebrow at you and just shrug and go to making some food. All right. He'll eventually come back in. It'll take about 5-10 minutes. And he'll walk back in and he'll go, Tanya, she recognized it. We were talking about this the other day. There's a guy that drives a steel blue, I think you would call the color. This is like light, not quite blue, not quite white thing. It reminds me a lot of like, the kind of like eggs that some birds have. Oh, sorry. Anyway, son. He comes by and he gives a lot of talks at some churches in the area. He's been talking a lot as like a guest speaker. I haven't attended any of those. My faith is to you and you alone. But I just know I've heard him coming around. I think I saw some flyers around a couple of weeks ago that he was being a guest speaker. I think his name is Jacob. I don't remember his last name. He's coming up from Maryland. I don't know anything else though. Sorry.
That's very good. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Sana is going to lean in for a little kiss on the neck. Not the bite, just a little kiss.
He melts. Not literally. This is not vicissitude.
No.
But...
No, but it's like it's the kind of weak knees and all that stuff. So naturally, she keeps her sycophant up by her arms.
Yeah.
Which has no helping effect whatsoever in this case.
Victor raises an eyebrow at the exchange of "my faith is only to you" and this fairly intimate looking kiss, but says nothing.
Before like the exchange ends, Sana is going to say, "Oh yes, I'm very sorry. How rude of me. Victor, this is what was his name again? I forgot.
He didn't give
Did
it.
I ever write it down? You didn't give it. Well,
No.
this is
Come up with it. It's your herd member. I don't give a shit.
it's this is Jeff.
This is Jesk.
This is Jeff.
This is Jesk. He's
No,
a
he's
night.
not Jesk.
He's a night watchman. He's my old boyfriend Gregor reborn.
Why must you do this to me?
Because you are now Nadja.
Anyway, his name is Jeff, or so she calls him. He might be Jeffrey or something like that. And he's involved with my group therapy business.
A very particular kind of therapy, it seems.
Well, no, this is for those close, those who help me do the things. These are not the ones that get the therapy. He's clean, aren't you?
Are you asking Victor or are you asking Jeff?
She's asking Jeff.
Nods enthusiastically like a puppy.
See?
Just looking at this kid and his mannerisms with my sort of medical training, can I tell if he's still on something or if it's like withdrawal symptoms?
Sure. Give me a intelligence plus medicine. And I'll even allow you to use your anesthetics specialty here.
Oh gosh, I'm making things
That
terrible.
is good for me.
You do still
remind
need
me
to.
again,
You have only one hunger right now, right? You haven't gotten hungry?
correct.
Okay, so you are rolling.
I have not gotten hungry yet.
So you are rolling intelligence, which is 4 dice, plus medicine, which is another 3 dice. Your specialty gives you another die. So you're rolling 8 dice, and you're replacing one of them with a red die because you have 1 hungry.
Gotcha. Oops.
If you want a shorthand for rolling, you could just press R, and that will actually just roll them in place.
You can press it several times
Okay.
too.
Yeah, you can like spam it.
4 successes.
Yep.
Nice.
He is either coming down or going through withdrawal off of some, probably like ketamine.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to tell whether this is like the beginnings of withdrawal or the ends of like a high.
Yeah, he's either starting or finishing, and it's a little unclear without a formal panel whether it's one or the other.
Yeah.
Just nods and politely smiles.
He'll nod to you, and the guy will be like, hey buddy, cheesesteak's done. Go shuffle on over to it, and he'll pick up this like foot-long cheesesteak that is just dripping with like cheese whiz and onions and bell peppers and like a couple of those fried mushrooms, the kind that like stains the tin foil because it's so greasy. And he'll take a bite and it'll like drip down the edge of his mouth, and his knees get almost as weak as they were when Sana kissed him. He's like, oh my god, that's so fucking good. And he'll just like
One thing I miss about Philly.
and he will like shuffle out nursing this thing like it is a child.
I like that one. He's good.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, seems like we got some good information out of this one. Don't you agree?
Yes, a roving evangelical, it seems.
Yes, preaching.
Okay. Let's head over to the other half of the coterie, Dro, Cass, and Rose. Actually, do any of you have resources? Cass probably does, right?
Michael has $40.
That would
No,
that
I just
would
gave that away to
theoretically.
Rose. Rose has $40.
Rose has $40.
Well, you got
There is a collective $40.
I have resources 1, thank you.
I think she also. Wait, let me double check.
Okay, well, you have enough between the three of you to be able to catch a cat. So yeah, you guys can head down
Yes.
to the casino. I can actually pull up an image of this casino. Let me go ahead and do that.
Hooray.
Let me get a couple of pictures up here, just for the general vibe. Okay, so I hope you are watching stream. So, this is
Well, since you asked so politely.
this is the casino's outside. Here is what it looks like when you step in. This is kind of the foyer slash like intro area. You have your like card game tables over here, your basic like starting games and that kind of thing. And then as you step really far in, this is what like the real depths of the casino start looking like. Ooh, I have a fun idea for Suki's ghoul. Hold on. One sec. I apologize profusely. So, for those who are listening, I realize that not everyone is watching the stream. I should probably be describing this stuff more verbally. The casino is a large structure. It is roughly 12 stories tall, 10 to 12 stories. It is a blocky tower with a slightly slanted roof with the word live in big red fluorescent letters on top of it. A large awning serves as the entryway, as well as where the valets would take your car and so that kind of thing, and then bring them to the parking garage. As you step in, you are greeted with nice, lush carpets. Those kind of carpets that you only ever see in like hotels or other big tourist attractions. Lots of lavish seating and big tables of card games. It is probably around, like I said, like 1 o'clock now, but for a casino, that's like prime time, right? Games are going, people are talking, there's a lot of energy in here, you know. You can hear music going, you know, the ching 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 is like someone winning a jackpot and that kind of thing, someone starting a fight at the bar, you know. It is a rowdy mess. Deeper into the casino, you see a big sign that says high limit tables and games in fluorescent lighting. Past that is a gorgeous, opulent crystal chandelier with Art Deco lighting all around it. All of the employees are wearing some kind of formal outfit. And you can see the beyond that that high limits entryway is where most of the electronic games, as well as the larger card tables and the craps and stuff like that, are at. As you come in, because this is one of Suki's establishments, she has Gould, the manager of the casino. It is something that you are kind of recognized. Most of the employees here just think you guys are like local VIPs who like go upstairs and play like, you know, the private game rooms and that kind of thing. They don't realize your true nature. However, there is a standing understanding. Oh, hold on. Lexi just messaged that she is leaving for work early. Let me go say bye to my wife. 1 second.
Go, 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 go.
1 moment.
Go!
Wife?
Affliction your wife!
Wife?
Oh,
Wife?
what?
Wife?
Lixie, did you know that
What?
you are wife?
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 Bye.
Wife?
Wife? Wife? Wife?
I called my partner wife
Wife?
in
Wife?
like global chat in a video game last night while we were in like a Discord call, and it literally made her brain shut off for like a solid minute and a half.
Who?
Mhm. Anyway, I'm guessing this place is not particularly Rose's scene either.
Oh yeah, no, like when we walk in, you can see Rose is doing her best to just put on that air of just like, God, I hate it here, but it is scratching that itch in her brain that she does not want to be there. That itch from being a Toreador of, oh yes, this is beautiful, I love it. So these two very different parts of her are clashing violently behind her eyes.
Also, it is your Toreador aesthetic, but it's not your actual aesthetic. Oh, that's the worst.
Yeah. Yes, go say hello to your wives, everybody.
Yes, it's important.
Yes.
Lixie, hi.
Hi.
Apologies for that,
Hello.
chat
Hey,
and viewers.
No,
Wifey,
we were discussing the importance of wives, so...
I mean,
Yes.
wives are very important. Beautiful women, man.
I was about to say hi to you too, Rona, before Nightscale came back. Don't worry.
Wife?
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 So as I was saying, there is an understanding amongst the employee that when any of you guys show up, to just immediately inform the casino manager, as well as oh, excuse me, hiccups. Oh. I apologize. To immediately inform the casino manager, as well as to like take your coats and ask if there's anything that you guys need, yada yada yada, and give you the opportunity to like, get yourself comfortable. As the the bellhops and kind of thing are doing that, they're getting you comfortable. Do you guys want to ask anything of them, or are you just gonna wait for the casino manager to show up?
I mean, I'll ask him if he's in tonight.
Oh, he is. He's here every night. That'll be that, and that would be an in-character response to it. Be like, that Robert is here every night.
Hey, you never know. One of these days, he might take a night off.
Also, real quick,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you heard what I said to the other players. Rose very much looks like she is putting on the air of, God, I don't want to be here. This place is miserable. But it's not that hard to tell that itch, that Toreador itch, she doesn't like it, but it's being scratched really hard by this place right now.
Okay, fair enough.
Like the way it looks.
So, do you know what my fun idea is for who the casino manager is?
Please introduce us.
So Robert comes down, and he's kind of like chewing on a toothpick, and other mob movie fans are smiling. Yes, Lexi, that is Robert De Niro from Casino.
Lexi? That is Rona.
No, Lexi is right behind me. Can you not hear her on the mic?
So you just said that
There.
at the exact same
The recording
moment,
is
then.
wrong. Love. But yeah, so he comes down and he looks at you and he's like, how's it going, guys? Haven't seen you for a little while.
Robert, good man. Listen, we've got some business to discuss.
Keeps chewing on the the toothpick, and he'll just be like, anything I need to inform our mutual acquaintances of?
No, I wouldn't bother with that right now. But might be something that we want to discuss in the private room, if you feel me.
Understood. And he'll just point at like some random bellhop. He'll be like, I want you to take these 5. I want you to bring them upstairs to the private room, the one that we always have reserved. I want you to bring them anything that they want. You say no to none of the requests they make. Do you understand me? And I said, no. I want to hear you say you understand me. And he's like, yes, Mr. Robert. He's like, okay, yeah, go out of here. Robert will like.
He speaks like a mobster too.
And he'll look at you guys. He'll say, hey, if you need anything, just let me know. I got the intercom set up there. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. And please enjoy yourself here.
Thanks very much.
He'll wander off.
Oh, up we go.
You are led to the large boardroom, and it is like if you've ever been in one of those corporate meeting rooms, right? It's like big, long table in the center of it, which has been kind of pushed off to the side to make room for more comfortable seating, and like draw curtains on all the windows. They would unlock the door even though you guys would have keys to the room. And they would like usher you in and be like, hey, come on in. Everything's copacetic. Because remember, I know that you guys are here to investigate, but he doesn't know anything about that. He just figures this is another, hey, we want to meet up and chat.
Yeah. I would say that probably the first thing that Michael would do would be head over to... I'd imagine he'd have set up like a little corner that'd have like a few cases and stuff with like random bits of gear, maybe just like mechanic stuff, and I'm trying to like imagine what else he would have brought just to like make this his own place. Because he would, due to the nature of the blood, he'd have felt the need to. So he's probably got like a toolbox, a suitcase with like maybe a change of clothes, and then one of the chairs would be actually one that he brought from his own haven, which is like battered to fuck and does not match with the aesthetic of the area whatsoever, and he just collapses into that. No, wait.
Well, what are you waiting on?
No, we're just waiting for your man to show up, right? Like when he can come in. Or did he come with us?
He was downstairs. He did, and so Suki's ghoul was the casino manager, and he told you guys, "Do you need anything?" And you said no, and he let you up here. So
I said that we needed to discuss something in private.
Oh, I'm sorry. Me as DM thought you said we as in you three, not including him. I apologize. That's my misunderstanding. So yeah.
Apology.
It'll be a little bit, and then after, say, about an hour, and you guys would know that Robert, he's one of the few people, because of who he is and what he is, he's one of the few people that's really not afraid of you. Even knowing, like, what you are, he's not really threatened, Because he knows, like, yes, you can tear him apart, but he also knows 100% that would not go unanswered,
Yeah, just because we can
Rose
doesn't
probably
mean we
is
can.
a fan of this man. Just because of that.
So you'll be sitting there for about an hour. At least once someone would come by and be like, "You guys want any snacks? Anything like that." They would offer you, any kind of like comforts. Would you like any sort of creature comforts in the meantime?
Probably no, not tonight.
Okay. Well, then at that point, about an hour and a half later, Robert would come in and be like, "Okay, so I hear there's some kind of conversation we need to have. What's going on?"
I'm gonna order a casino bunny to snack on. Fuck, need to minimize chat again. Rona's too funny.
Look, I won't say that Rose wasn't tempted.
Look, we're not necessarily thinking this might be a huge deal just yet, but getting a couple whispers, getting a couple rumors that there might be some gear being moved around the city. A lot more weaponry than you'd expect out of regular old gang dealings and the like. We just wanted to know if you've got any info on your end.
Wait, can I ask a quick question of God?
What a way to phrase that. Yes, what's up?
That is literally just how I ask questions of the GM. I'm sorry. So I forget from our Decima, when we were making this mob group, are they like classical Italian, like
They are the
Catholic family
Sopranos.
mob? Okay, so they are Catholic family mob.
Well, by a certain definition of Catholic, because they're also mobsters.
I know, but like they pay the lip service, is I guess what I'm trying to say.
Yes, they do pay the lip services.
Okay. Excellent information. Thank you. Because with that knowledge, immediately after Michael says that, fucking Rose would add on and just go, yeah, sounds like maybe there's some, I don't know, maybe some, like, Protestant evangelical church guy driving around slinging guns to gangsters.
Buying them up, actually.
Oh, sorry, buying them up.
I was gonna say, haven't heard anything about it going on from our mutual acquaintance. Haven't heard nothing about it from within my establishment. I try to keep my nose out of everyone else's business. However, that having been said, if you are concerned about someone buying up weapons and stuff like that, there are plenty of gun stores in the town. You could take a look at there. I haven't heard nothing though. No, I haven't.
No. These wouldn't be legal sales. They're going through buying them up from gang members directly. Whatever they are, they don't want a paper trail.
As well, we sometimes get a couple of the high rollers from, the gang stuff that come in and play slots a few times, Mostly my clientele is not the kind that we would describe as gangbangers, they're not the scummy lower dollar types. However, the only people I could get you in contact with is if you really want, I could maybe arrange some kind of meeting with some of the higher class people, if you think that would be the sort of criminal that this individual might be connected to. I forget, what do we call, I don't think we called him Antonio.
Are you talking about the
mob
gang boss
yeah.
of the group that we actually trust?
Well, you trust him to be honest. Important distinction.
Yeah, we trust them to be honest. We don't... Yeah, exactly.
I don't remember what we call them.
I can't remember.
Google random Italian man name generator.
Very powerful.
Listen, Fantasy Name Generators is an incredibly strong website. As a GM.
Yeah.
It's true.
Right?
Just
every time I use it.
We're not going with Adolf.
Yeah.
It's also not Italian.
I swear though, every
That
time
is
I use
Austrian,
Fantasy
it's
Name
basically
Gen,
Italy.
all I can think of is just the fucking, like, look at what they need to, look at what they need to do to recreate a fraction of our power over at AI generators.
power of just like having an Excel sheet with a bunch of entries into it and a dice roller.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I should have set that up, but you know, is what it is. Ezio. Fine, we'll go with Ezio.
There we go.
I also Rona's recommendation of Giuseppe was one that I like. Maybe we'll go with Gio, full of short for Giuseppe. I like that actually.
Sure, okay. I'll
Let's
mark
go.
that down.
Okay, so yeah, he is obliquely hinting at the fact that he could probably, if you really want him to, he could get you in contact with Gio.
No. Might be worth looking into. I'll get back to you tomorrow night on that one, I think.
And just for you
right
guys,
now, I think we might.
just for you guys to have your records, his name is Giuseppe Lamana of the Lamana crime family, Lamanna. Everyone calls him Gio. In fact, everyone calls him Big Gio.
Big Geo.
Such big geodes.
Huge trucks of glass.
Huge tracks geodes.
He's got huge tracks of gems. Sorry. Don't know what came over me there. All right. Probably we need to keep our ear a little lower to the ground for now, but good to know we've got the option. And the fact that you've heard nothing gives us some kind of info, at least. Means this person probably isn't working in the regular network of organized crime.
He shakes his head and he says, no one's asked for... Normally, if someone is trying to make some kind of big deal, they don't want the police on them. They rent a room much like you folks have. I've got nothing that would lead me to believe that any of unusual clientele has done so.
All right. And that, Cassandra, you had something with your, what was it? Your sight thing, right?
My drawing? My art?
Yeah.
I mean, I've got the plate, I've got an idea what it looks like, I know the bumper stickers, I don't got much more besides that. I would
guess
agree
probably-
that
He
that's
says,
like the similar.
Upon hearing bumper sticker, he says, well, there I could maybe help you out. We do have the chief of police regularly comes in here and plays slots. I might be able to connect you if you want to try and see if maybe he could do a search for you. However, I'm not sure how under the radar that would be, considering he's not part of our night society.
Call that a nuclear option, I think. But like the plate isn't too useful, but because we know that they're changing them.
Well,
but
the
I
plate.
think
Well,
we're thinking about it.
the plate might be super useful because one thing to remember is the plate that she drew up is a plate that hasn't been used, and all of the other ones have been used repeatedly. That might be the actual plate for the vehicle.
Plate.
That's true.
And what I wanted to clarify was, do we actually have like the full-blown plate number?
Oh yeah, no, you wrote like underneath it you drew like a separate thing of it. You have that plate, like a picture.
I have functionally a picture of the license plate.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, then. Yeah, might be worth checking, but I'm not sure that's the ideal channel through which to check, at least at this point.
I'm not saying it would lead to any answers. I did just want to clarify that, like, I was trying to drive at the idea that something about the plate that she drew was unique.
All right.
Oh, you motherfuckers. Sorry, I ordered breakfast and they were supposed to give me sourdough toast and they gave me white bread toast.
Oh, that's not the same.
Unforgivable. Strike them down.
Actual crime.
Be right back, setting fire to their establishment.
Don't do that.
Then what will happen to all of
You
the
will burn
sourdough?
the bread. You will deprive
Exactly.
even more people of sourdough.
If I
This is
can't
the
have
price-
sourdough, nobody can.
This is the price for perfection.
All right. I think for now, a lot of your channels are going to draw too much attention to this, and we don't even know how big of a deal this is right now. But we might have to come back tomorrow night.
He'll nod in like that very Robert De Niro way, you know, the way that like he sticks out his lower lip and like just kind of puts his head down, and like that's like a shrug but without his shoulders. Do you know exactly the movement I'm talking about if you ever watched a Robert De Niro movie? And so he'll do that and he'll just be like, "All right, well, you understand that I will have to inform our mutual acquaintance that I did meet with you tonight. I don't have to say what we did, but part of the standing rules is that anytime that you do come through, I let them know. And I'll just let them know that you hung out here for a little bit to have a conversation."
All right. Thanks for the chat, Robert.
He'll just kind of nod at you. Sorry, I'm eating toast. I'm still gonna eat the toast, like.
Rose just
Still-
kind of like
still need the cup.
gives him a little polite nod.
I just said cabs instead of carbs. Fucking Italian American accent infecting me.
Okay, and he'll leave the room, and like as he's leaving the room, you can hear him like grabbing up like employees and being like, "What are you doing with that? Why are you bringing that down there? I told you to bring." And like he's one of those casino managers that is like always hustling, you know.
All right. Well, let me kick back a bit here and just send a text in the group chat. Doesn't look like our sorry, it doesn't look like the guy we're looking for is hanging out in the higher circles. Anything on your end?
Sana is going to reply. Some of my guys may have seen the van. I'm gonna be looking into it further.
That's promising.
Victor
Apologies, I
will
should have been on mic
add
for that.
apparently he's some sort of guest preacher. First name Jacob, last name pending.
Why would you even put last name pending? Someone's gonna be like, "That's an interesting last name."
Immediately sends a clarification.
Too late. Before the clarification comes through, Cassandra's already pulled out our sketchbook and has added to the drawing Jacob pending.
This is
Rose
definitely his name.
Rose kind of leans over and just like gently points to the name and just goes, "No, I think it's Penders."
Oh, you're probably right. Yeah, just cross out pending in places with penders.
Okay,
This
so
family makes me want to murder people.
by the time all of this wraps up for both of you guys, I would say that this is probably getting on to 3 in the morning. You would have roughly 3 to 4 more hours before sunrise.
All right. In the interest of not burning to death, I should probably get home and hunt.
Okay, anyone else have anything they want to do? Dro is saying that he wants to go home and hunt.
While I'm in the area, Jeff, if that is his real name,
Jis.
mentioned that there were some flyers around for sort of these guest sermons. And just while we're in the area, like, because I'm just going to take a cab home, just see if I can find any of those flyers just about.
Ooh, okay, interesting question.
Yeah. Let's go look for them.
Because this is a part of town, like the Salvation Army is here, Sana's group meets here. So if there was a decent place where, you know, if you wanted to get to a large group of the less fortunate, this would be a decent place to put, like, hey, come hear the word of God.
Because this is...
And Sana's like, I'm not talking.
I would say... int investigation. Or maybe
Okay.
maybe wits investigation. No, probably in.
I'm helping. I'm doing the helping action.
I forget how assisting works in V5.
I also don't remember.
Great. Aid another Vampire 5th edition. I have the rulebook in my lap, but I don't feel like flipping through it.
The rulebook is also kind of a mess.
Yeah. I like the system a lot, but man, can it be hard to navigate these rules sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the DM screen has... Oh, it doesn't look like it does. Alright. We can deal with it later.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably not a big thing.
What I'll let
Yeah,
you do...
teamwork.
Yeah.
If two or more characters can effectively work together on a task, such as investigating a crime scene or tag teaming a mark in a confidence game, roll the largest pool among the participants, adding 1 additional die for each character assisting that has at least 1 dot in the skill involved.
So, victors would
don't
be...
have it.
Victors would be 6 dice total.
I don't have investigation, so I'm a bust.
So yeah, so you can't help anyway.
So with the fangs on the red die means that's 4 successes because that's a critical.
Yep. So that's 4 successes. You do indeed find a flyer.
Oh no.
Give me 1 second. Pull
I'm
up my
going to
GM notes here real quick.
take it.
All right. So you find a flyer that talks about how there is a guest speaker from a major ministry in Maryland that is coming up here. His name is Jacob Cohen. He is going to be meeting. He's going to be meeting at the Church of the Sanctuary Sister at 22nd and Washington. And that is going to be happening, roll a die, tomorrow. No, I'm sorry,
Uh-oh.
the day after tomorrow.
Okay, so we have some time to get
Uh,
organized. And it's at daytime, yeah?
Yeah, this is like a 7 a.m. service.
Oh,
I
that's
will.
early.
Yeah, I'll take a picture of the flyer and send it in the group chat. Got it. You know, Jacob Cohen, this church, this time, day after tomorrow. Is there like any contact information on there or?
There is a address and a phone number for the church, not for him.
Okay. I will fold the flyer and just kind of tuck it into my coat pocket.
Are you informing Sana about this?
It was sent to the group chat, I believe, yes?
Oh, right.
Yeah, I sent not only an image of the flyer to the group chat, but Sana will probably see as I walk off probably, 5-10 paces and just read something on, a signpost or a billboard, and I just kind of take it off, fold it, put it in.
I'm gonna make
It piques her interest, though.
I'm gonna make a note regarding that that poster. You would take notice of the fact that the poster is not implying that he is traveling up here from Maryland. The poster very specifically says in town for a few days.
Okay.
Right.
So he is making the sort of mental leap that probably from Maryland, if our dear prophet's art is to be believed. And, on a normal day, he probably wouldn't have put stock in, yes, and I see the future and I draw things, but he's also an eternal creature of the night now, so anything goes.
Mm-hmm.
We
Super
lost
Tamaru has disconnected.
Yeah, we lost Lixie in the tabletop. Did
Mhm.
we lose
We
Lixie?
lost,
I had a bit of a lag spike.
Oh, that's fine.
Anyway, Michael will respond to that with a dove emoji.
I hate you so fucking much, Stro.
A what emoji?
A dove emoji.
Why? What's wrong with a dove emoji? Makes perfect sense.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Anyone else want to do anything for the last couple of hours of tonight, or are we going to move on to the next night?
Rose
I'm gonna try to rejoin.
is probably also going to try and feed.
Okay, well, let me re-invite Lixel.
No, I'm on my way.
Okay.
Super Tamaru has connected without being invited. Very non-vampiric behavior.
Yeah.
Such mortal behavior.
God, the first time that Rose went to be somewhere and someone was like, "No, you don't have to be invited," she's like, "God fucking damn it!"
just a whole little notebook, and she's like, "Okay, so
Oh, she
Garlic,
has a notebook of
yay or-
things that she's
yay or
having
nay.
to scratch out.
Okay, so I know Dro is hunting. Who else is hunting?
Rose.
Cassandra's gonna also make an effort. I imagine probably in very similar circles to Rose. I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, well, let's say everyone is... we're going to say that you guys dropped Dro off probably, right off 95, near the old naval yard, because you know that that's, close enough for him to walk home, but also not, in the middle of fucking nowhere his actual haven is.
You'd also drop Rose off there.
You could, but...
Because that's literally right next to where her house, her haven is.
Okay, so you guys get both dropped off. This is kind of more a chance for you to flesh out your roleplay while we do a single skill check. So who wants to go first with a roleplay heavy scene?
I can do it if you want.
I am so sorry, my headphones were off. Who said that?
That was me. Hello.
Okay, and please remember, since we are recording for stuff, that is Rose that said that. Blah, blah, blah.
Yes, it is I, Rose.
What kind of predator? You're a consensualist, right?
She is in fact a consensualist.
Okay,
Because
so...
she does not want to be her sire.
Okay, so tell me about how you are going to feed. Give me the rundown. Where are you going? What are your plans?
Rose has a pretty simple method of doing this. Well, simple in her mind. I'm going to try and keep it as clean as possible for the stream purposes. There's a website
Have you
that
been on my
allows you to
stream?
find people who... Yeah, I know, but specifically...
Oh.
You're cutting out, or you're cut out.
Yeah, we hard lost.
Sorry?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think we just could not
So,
hear,
can you hear me?
a lot. We can hear you now, yeah.
yeah, now we got you.
Okay. Sometimes when my Discord is like, "Oh, you've been talking a lot. I'm gonna cut in the noise cancellation and just cut you out."
So
It's great. It's fantastic. I don't know why it hates me. So basically, Rose has a FetLife account.
Okay.
So she goes and finds people who are into blood play.
Okay. Yeah, not entirely. And you're probably a fairly well-known, like, name in that circle, because it is a niche fetish. So, like...
Yeah.
Alright.
Hence why she has the 1 pip in Masquerade Breach.
Okay, so let's do... That is a manipulation and persuasion roll to see if you can hop on FetLife. You'll probably throw up in, like, in their, like, events or groups tab, like, you'll just throw up, hey, I'm looking for some blood play tonight, you know, is anyone interested, you know, that kind of thing. Anyone that's on FetLife knows how those pages work, so...
Alright, and which were the 2?
That is manipulation and persuasion.
You should have that on your sheet.
Yes, I was just trying to find how many pips I had.
I am gonna say that this is going to be a, like, probably difficulty 3 or 4 check. I'm gonna go with 3. I'd say that it would probably be difficulty 4 to find someone, like, that would be into this in, like, a nightclub, but because you're doing it online, and it's late at night, and, like, there's probably a lot of horny people at this time of night that are, like, you know, just like, I kind of could want something we scroll through Fet, you know? So we'll say you need 3 successes to find someone.
Okay, and the amount of dice I roll, just to verify, is the amount of pips I have?
Yes. The amount of pips you have in manipulation, plus the amount of pips you have in persuasion. And because you have 2 hungy, you are replacing 2 of those dice with red dice.
Woo.
The red dice are your friends.
Well, red dice are technically not, you know. No successes.
I hate it here.
Strike out. You get a couple of guys being like, "Oh yeah, absolutely, bite me, mommy," you know, that kind of thing, and then no one
And
ever
she's
shows
just
up.
like,
You get
go the
ghosted.
fuck away.
Yeah.
No. She does not like guys.
I mean, but you're also not sleeping with these dudes. You're eating them. This is not a matter of...
Yeah, but still, she has an image on FetLife to maintain.
Regardless, you find no suitable hungy or no suitable snacks. All right. So for the rest of the night, you're mostly just staying up, doing that, like type until you can kind of feel your house, like start to get warm because you got the sun beating down on it. For those who don't know, she lives in like one of those maintenance shacks on the side of the fucking like train tracks. So like because there's no like air conditioning or anything, when the sun starts beating on it, you can feel the heat, you know. So once that starts happening, you go like, all right, time to go to bed, and you like, you know, make sure you double lock the door and, you know, pass out. All right. Onwards to Dro and or onwards to Michael and to Cassandra. I should be using your in-character names. It's my fault.
So Michael's predator type is trapdoor.
I don't have the rules
more
for
fun
that.
ones.
I do not have the rules for that.
So I will pull it up and just give you the description. Much like the spider, this vampire builds a nest and lures their prey inside. Be it an amusement park, an abandoned house, an underground club, the victim comes to them. There, the trapdoor might only play with their mind and terrorize them, imprison them to drain them slowly, or take a deep drink and then send them home. So it's charisma and stealth if I'm trying to invite someone in, or for what Michael actually tends to do, dexterity plus stealth to feed upon trespassers. What he's done is within the floors, within the warehouse that he lives in, those like upper floors, as we've discussed before. He's set up a series of like, you know, human suitable snares and traps that will just kind of catch game for him. Obviously, he leaves them undone during like when he's out,
Just
but
a
he'll
PS5 underneath a cardboard box with a stick holding it up.
You know, That one fucking what was it? That one fucking image of like the fucking like Blahai under that. Like he's got like a PS5 for one, he's got a Blahai for another one. Like, because there's all kinds of weird people that would break into a place like this for urban exploration. Like
A really, really nice video camera, like one of those like $800 like studio grade ones.
So yeah, he gets back to his haven at the warehouse and just sets the traps, and then he'll be checking them for the next 3 hours, hoping that someone stumbles in.
Okay, yeah, and so for those who don't know, Michael's character, Michael has made his residency in the upper floors of a warehouse that has been converted. The bottom floor has been converted into an old, like a naval equipment museum, because he's right near the old Navy yards in Philadelphia. So the bottom floor has like, oh, here's an old torpedo from the original German U-boats, and like, you know, that kind of shit. And like the upper levels of the warehouse haven't been used; they've been sealed off. But they're very popular with urban explorers, and occasionally security guards will come through.
So that is, I believe, dexterity plus stealth, factoring in my specialty in traps. Yes.
Yes, I know that's the rule as written there. I'm thinking about the way you're talking about this, and like my immediate contention is that I don't like the idea of dexterity being involved, because I don't see why dexterity and trapping don't really like vibe with me. You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
I will let you do intelligence and your trapping thing, intelligence and stuff.
Sure thing.
And I think on, like, for you, I don't think it makes a difference. I'm reasonably certain you have the same pips in both dexterity and intelligence. But my mindset here is that this is more of a technical thing, right? You're setting up.
It's
a
more
trap.
passive,
Yeah.
sure.
So yeah, do int plus stealth traps.
Sure thing. I'll just pull this onto the main screen so that people can see the rolls.
Yep.
Wow!
Nada. 0 successes.
I'm going to spend a willpower because I'm fucking hungry.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
So replace that with a slash, and then I get to re-roll the 3 regular dice.
Yep. That is 1 success.
1 success.
Ironically, it would be easier for you to hunt here, because the difficulty of hunting die is based primarily on like how well policed an area is, in combination with how populated it is. I would say with yours, you would probably have difficulty too, because this is not a super well policed area, but it's also not super populated. So I'm gonna say you have a difficulty 2 or difficulty 3, and I'm not gonna give that to you. I'm sorry.
Would that be reduced by the fact that this is within our domain?
I wouldn't say so.
Fair enough.
I think
that's what makes it like difficulty 2 in the first place.
Yeah, I would say that rather than reduce difficulty for being in your domain, I would increase difficulty for being out of your domain.
Fair. No lunch for Michael.
Yeah. All right, and so onwards to Cassandra.
Amusingly enough,
Huh?
hit the methodology already.
I am so sorry. Your mic peaked and cut you out there. I didn't hear a word of that.
Xander basically hunts the very similarly to how Rose hunts. You know, locate blood fetishes via FetLife, etc., etc.
Okay.
So that same.
Are you also a
methodology.
consensualist?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize we had 2 of you.
Yep.
All right, so yeah, that's manipulation, persuasion. I like the idea that both of you guys make like threads on. Ooh, I might have to increase the difficulty then slightly, because you're both hunting on the same night for the same fetish in the same website in the same area. So you are directly competing with each other.
Please have Cassandra succeed. Please, for the love of God, I need this to happen.
It would be so funny.
Come on, Mama,
I'm gonna
need
say
some
yeah,
blood
difficult
fetishes.
for both of you guys. I'm gonna say difficulty 4.
All right, let's go. Oh, Oh.
That's a 1. Well, the 1 only matters.
That's 5 though.
The 1 only matters if you don't get any successes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah, you do succeed. You do manage to find someone that is willing to come over. And you set up a date, you set a time. They come over, and when they introduce themselves at your door, they're like, "Hey, yeah, I'm sorry it took me a while to message you, but there was another person I was thinking about, but the address they gave was weird. It just seemed like near the train tracks. I didn't trust it. It seemed really unsafe. But you have like this nice area, and like you actually have a house, so I figured I'd come, hang out here with you."
Fair enough. I've got a house and I've got exposed rafters.
And they're like, "Oh, that's great. I brought my suspension gear." Okay, yeah. So you successfully like get engaged with these for sexy fun times, and at some point you drink from them, and they just think it's part of the fetish. So they're into it.
All right.
You both leave fulfilled for very different reasons. So you can reduce your hunger. I believe it's reduced by 1, right? When you feed.
I'm not sure
So
that's
one-
the next night. So.
1 is the most you can take without hurting someone.
Right, you have to start
can
testing
inflict,
to-
It's
yeah.
like... Yeah, if you go beyond that, you start inflicting lethal damage to them, and then you can drain them fully to get rid of that last point of hunger.
Okay. Yeah, alright, so you are hunger 2. I don't think you gained any hungy. You did gain the 1 hungy from your premonition. You didn't gain 1 when you woke up.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, you can just go down to your 1. And the only way to get rid of that 1 would be to actually, like, kill a motherfucker. Right, yeah. To answer Rona's question, the reason I'm not putting too much point on that is because I'm laying into the fact that there is a supernatural element to feeding. And so, while most people on FetLife, if you actually harm them during King Play, it would be a huge problem, I'm going to handwave that by saying, yeah, but it's vampirism, like, there's a supernatural kind of, this is really hot, I'm willing to go beyond my normal boundaries kind of thing. Yeah, so we'll say you guys sleep for the night. Not a problem. We do still have another hour and a half to play, so that's perfectly fine. We can fit another night in. Yeah, so everyone wakes up the next day. It is now November 19th. You guys know that the sermon from the flyer is 7 a.m. on November 20th. Everyone roll a rouse check. I did give you guys green dice for the rouse, or you can roll one of the other ones, and I think the other ones are...
I want green.
Green.
I'm the green name. I want the green die.
Drew gets
Ooh,
hungry.
it is a
See,
bad set of knights.
I'm putting my here and I'm gonna punch it real good. Look at how high it goes. And
Hey,
a
what,
9!
right on a 9, so you're good. Alexandria, you're good.
I call this blood printing.
The Dr.
Rose,
grows
you're good.
hungrier.
Okay, so Michael gained hungy and Victor gained hungy.
No, it's gonna be one of these nights.
Victor, were you
Well,
were you
maybe
feeding
we can eat somebody.
last night? No, you weren't hungy last night.
No, Victor was not hungry. Victor went home and went over some of the info that he had on the flash drive that we got from Deacon.
You would be able to confirm most of what Deacon said. I'm going to not give you any more information. However, I'm going to underline the fact that you can ask me, hey, was this in those documents I looked over? As we go forward. Because, like, there's too... It's a police investigation. I'm not going to sit here and go through what would be, like, a 20-something page police report, so...
Yeah, he just kind of skimmed the, like, arrest records, police report, to just verify, like, okay, it was in this general area, that general area, yeah, it's about this many.
It seems like the one... you know what? Maybe I'll give you one skill check. Let me take a look at your character sheet here. Victor Dudkovsky. Give me an int investigation check.
Things I am good at. Now, would this be a check I would have been rolling day one, so I would
Yeah,
still be
day
at the
one.
one
So
hunger,
yeah,
or should
day
I
one. It would
roll
be
it?
before you go to bed.
Okay. Cool. Just making sure I'm making the appropriate
No,
rolls.
you're totally fine. 4 successes.
4 successes again. Jesus
It
Christ.
it becomes immediately evident to you now that you know the guy is doing touring like church meetups. You go and like cross-reference local church meetups with these buys. It is becoming very obvious that most of these buys take place very shortly after and in the same general area as these church visits. It seems to be that these two things are very much connected.
And I would have sent that in the group chat, just, deal shorthanded to like deals within, however far of churches shortly after sermon. So can assume there will be one within the vicinity of the next church within a couple hours.
Well, it would
Just to
be.
make sure
I would say in
we're-
the couple hours because like the idea is usually it's like there's a sermon and then the next night. So it would be
Okay.
like
So if it would be, the night after next, it would probably be the night after that.
yeah, you'd be expecting if you were correct about the pattern and it holds true, then there would be another buy somewhere around 22nd in Washington, on like the night going into the 21st.
Okay. And I send that information along with it's just a theory, a gang theory.
Oh my fucking god.
And then-
Petition to ban Faust from future TTRPG groups.
Hey,
Why do-
thank you
why
so
do-
much for this one-shot session.
But no, yeah, so that would be the information that you're able to glean. All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so next day, then we do the rouse checks. Both of you get hungry. It is now, I'm gonna assume, unless you guys say you're waking up extra early, which will risk there still being some sunlight, I'm gonna assume every night starts at 10 p.m. and goes to about 6 or 7 a.m. Somewhere in that region.
Man, it's bright in Philly.
I mean, it's November. Nightfall
What-
around
I was
8.
about to say,
I'm gonna say nightfall is
Yeah.
at like 8 p.m. and I'm going to assume you guys spend like the first hour or two as you guys like waking up. I'm also
You must remember.
sectioning that out for maybe hunting if you want to do so, that kind of thing.
Sauna.
You must remember that Lixie is from areas surrounding and near the Arctic. It's very different.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it's usually dark by 4.
Faust. Oh my god, the voice crack. Faust, at least Lupin says that they liked your joke.
Well, thank you, Lupin. You are my new favorite.
To be fair, Lupin is very worth being a favorite. Lupin is fantastic. They're a delight. Okay, so yeah, next night, the moon has risen. It is a crisp evening, November 20th, or November 19th, as I had mentioned. I'm actually curious. Can I look this up? Can I look up the recorded temperature on that specific day?
Sure you can.
yeah, no.
I never
they-
considered that.
Yeah, and you can also look up the sunrise and sunset.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah.
For ease of that, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, we're not gonna count.
I cannot tell you how autistic I am about this kind of stuff.
Don't think you need to tell us at this point. I think you've demonstrated.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like how I don't have ADHD, and yet I have ADHD moments.
Okay, the temperature that night was 46 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 7.7 Celsius.
Another summer day.
Those are rookie numbers. We gotta pump those numbers down.
You live in Sweden, Lixie. I'm not having this conversation with you.
I mean, I'm with her.
Hold on. Pause. Sidebar. And I apologize for the YouTube recording and those that are just listening here. I'm gonna pull up my friend's fucking pictures that she was sending me that lives in Sweden. These are some of the fucking snows that they were having that she's dealing with.
Yeah, they came this week. Yeah.
Look at that.
It's, mild.
nice mild amount of snow,
Yeah, that seems about normal for like
Absolutely.
Minnesota too. Yeah,
Disgusting.
that's nice flurry weather up here in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see that outside and someone goes and says, wow, it's a right cold one, eh?
Oh yeah, up here in Minnesota, we're nice ones, eh?
Alright, so
Anyway.
it's going to be a nice one. It's going to be a brisk one out there today. Yeah, make sure that you go and you pull out the old Betty Crocker tubs holding our cinnamon biscuits. We had to reuse them. They're perfectly good containers.
I need you to know my roommate just walked into the living room, looked at me, pointed at me from around my monitor as if they were watching me after I said that, and then walked back out of the room.
Called the fuck out.
Anyway. Back to game.
Alright. Rona has mentioned licking rats, and Michael is pretty fucking hungry.
Okay, go ahead and see if your traps worked just overnight.
I'll take a little look-see, so it's the same 5 dice.
Yeah, I'm gonna have you just roll the same thing. You did replace the... Yeah, you did.
Bestial failure. I'm gonna spend another point of willpower, maybe. I'm only allowed
To roll the regular dice, not the hungers.
Yeah, roll
yeah,
the
don't
regular
have to
dice.
roll
I'm
the
not allowed to re-roll the hunger dice.
You need both... Well, okay.
It continues to be a bestial failure.
Unfortunate.
All right, roll the d20, the d10.
All right.
Roll it.
The character must
it.
act out their compulsion as the blood starts to subtly dictate their actions. Please elaborate to the class what your compulsion is. I'm gonna let you read your fate. I could, but I like it when you describe bad things that are gonna happen.
Would you like me to just go with the clan compulsion?
Yeah, I would like you to go with your clan compulsion, and I would like for you to do it in a way where you're also describing what you do. Roleplay you giving in. Take a moment.
Very fair. Let me pull this in and make sure that I've got the correct wording on it. So, for Michael, regardless of whether he knows it or not, the blood compels him towards ownership. He must now own something. Something within the area now has to be his and added to his hoard. So what can this be? It can be anything from an object to a piece of property to an actual person. Any action not taken towards this purpose incurs a 2 dice penalty. Well, it's early in the night. There's a few people who are guaranteed to be within the area.
You will definitely have
Security guards that will be operating downstairs.
Yeah,
correct?
you will definitely have at least a security team of 2 people. Probably 3. However, I will point out, as someone that has done overnight security, these 3 people, while they will definitely be available, will be very connected to one another. An overnight shift like this, they were going to be doing a tour once an hour, and other than that, all 3 of them are going to be like 2 of the 3 are going to just be sitting in the back room shooting the shit, and then like one will be standing in the front.
And like, as in, like, they're all going to be within like yelling distance of each other, yeah?
The
Or even
one
like
that,
talking
the one that's
distance,
at,
like, will they all?
the one that's at the front would probably be alone. However, so here would be the in terms of hunting purposes, the two in the back room would obviously be within visual, sitting like right next to each other kind of distance. The one that is, but they would have no other surveillance on them, because usually those rooms either have no surveillance or the surveillance is only pointing at the entrance. The one that is off by himself, standing at the front, just kind of like sitting there at the desk, they would probably swap off every like 2 or 4 hours. Whoever's sitting at the front desk would have a lot more automated security on them, but would be alone aside from their radio.
Okay. So we've got the one out the front. I do not think he's particularly thinking about his own morals right now. I think the thing that would compel him is, regardless of the fact that he like explicitly finds the thought disgusting, he has to right now get his hunger dealt with.
Well, it's not even
And
necessarily
that will
hunger either.
require
It's not even necessarily hunger. Remember, because
It's
what's
not
happening
like-
here is what's happening here isn't the hunger being triggered; it's your supernatural compulsion. So this isn't a feeding thing.
Yeah.
This is just it
I know.
must be mine.
This is how he's internalizing it, but in practicality, what he's doing is just, however briefly, going to be taking ownership of the mind of the security guard out the front.
Okay. Can you send me the details on that
And so-
compulsion, by the way, when you get the chance?
Sure thing. I can just take a screenshot of it now.
Oh shit! I like the fact Rose just sent an actual picture of which shack is her.
Yep.
Yeah.
So here is the compulsion. So I have to become obsessed with possessing something in the scene. Can be anything from an object to a piece of property to an actual person. I feel like taking control of a mind would satisfy this for now. Would you agree?
So, yes, I'm rereading that last one here and trying to decide how permanent ownership needs to be.
I'll be right back.
The compulsion persists until ownership is established, or the object of desire becomes unattainable. I'm going to, for drama purposes, I'm going to say unattainable does not mean it's out of your easy reach. I'm going to say, just for future reference, unattainable would mean it no longer exists. It's destroyed or something, right? Like if you had this compulsion towards someone's ring and then they got in a cab and went away, that wouldn't be you going, darn, it got away, you know? For drama purposes, you would have the compulsion to go after them. That's what I was about here.
Right.
But I'm just letting you know. I guess... No, I'm going to say this has to be a permanent thing, because it does specifically say add it to your horde. And if you give it up, that's not added to your horde. That's just, I temporarily possessed it. I'm not saying you can't do that with the guard. I am saying we are talking about this is a permanent, no, he is mine now. I would be okay with you doing that, but if you're going to focus on the guard, that's what's going to happen. You could, if you want to continue with the drama of interacting with a mortal, we could say something the guard has. His wedding ring, for example. Or like maybe his radio or something like that. Something that he would probably notice you taking, but...
All right. That's fine, because I'm going to be paying for this with a shitload of stains. Because I know what my plan to do is. So... with that, then probably it's easier to go with like something valuable on his person because I think ghouling him gives me too many advantages in terms of actual mechanics.
GM slash the beast taking over here. It's his wedding ring.
I'm down with that. All right.
Something about the way that the silver catches the fluorescence just has awakened this animal, it must be mine magpie in you.
All right. I will head down and I shall do perhaps the more... Well, I'm not thinking with a whole lot of subtlety. It's very much just animalistic action right now. But I've still got enough of my cognition to be aware of how to do all this. So I'm just going to tap him on the shoulder and try to catch his eyes.
So you're just walking up to him, right? No supernatural approach, just like coming around the corner.
I'm just walking up to him.
From within the building or from outside? Because you could go either way. Well, I mean, you could, but...
I'm going to say from outside. Probably traveling too far within the building risks drawing attention of the other two.
Okay. All right, so so you approach him, and we'll play this out a little bit more dramatically for those, both for those listening and for everyone's theater of the mind. The security guard is sitting there outside the large warehouse. The front doors are closed, and you can see that he is just absent-mindedly reading a magazine while sitting in the little guard shack. A single lonely light throws warm but barely efficient illumination on his desk for him to read by, and you could just see the curb outside. It's cold, and he's got his jacket pulled up beside him. His wedding band glistens ever so slightly in that weak light as he turns the page. And reaching over around the side of the open window to the guard shack, a figure has approached out of the darkness. And a dirty, gloved hand taps the guard on the shoulder. And he turns and he looks, the person who looks weirdly familiar, but he can't quite place it. Someone else says, hey, can I help you?
I make a rouse check to activate Mesmerize.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Even
I am
more
hungrier
hungry.
still.
Damn it.
The Zamitsi's
with
eyes
that-
flash.
Sorry?
I said the Zamitsi's eyes flash dark and red tinged as the kindred begins to be able to feel the man's heartbeat in the air around him.
You will tell your colleagues that you are heading up to, and I'll give the room upstairs that is my haven proper,
Okay.
and then you will give me your wedding band. And at that note, as soon as that's done, my hands and forehead begin to leak blood due to my stigmata, and I look down at them in vaguely mounting horror.
Does that's dominate, right?
Yes, dominate requires no roll against an unprepared mortal.
Would I consider him prepared here?
He's not prepared for domination, surely.
That's fair. I guess he was. I guess prepared in this case is him having the warning that you had these powers. Okay. Yeah. So he'll kind of dumbfounded, just kind of stare, slack-jawed. He'll come over the radio and he'll say, "Hey, Bob, Alejandro, I gotta go check something out. It's up on second floor. Watch the cameras real quick. I just keep an eye on the door. I gotta go." And they're gonna start saying, "What the fuck, bro? What? Don't leave your post. You're gonna get fired." Like that kind of thing. And he just completely ignores it. And he will get up, turn around, walk out into the cold night and into the shadows, going up the fire escape. because it is the closest way how to get to the that room.
Mm-hmm.
Camera will shift from inside the warehouse. It's dark. He'll open the door, walk into the room surrounded by just a nest of the most random things. Some valuable, some not, some gruesome, some chaste. And he'll look around and say, "Hello?"
I just hold out my hand.
He catches eyes of the kindred who didn't notice originally. Just slowly takes off his wedding band. He looks at it, looks at the kindred, and places it in his hand.
And then I would like to grab him and try to feed violently, which he will get some chance to resist since this was not related to the command at all.
Right. I am looking up feeding. This is the section on hunger, compulsions, slaking hunger, bite attacks. He is dominated though. I wonder would a mortal, because the role is usually to resist someone hitting you, right? Like it's an opposed combat check, and I can't imagine that he's going to. So I'm just gonna say you auto succeed. Like he would have such a penalty to resist you that like you can 100% land it.
I'm going to.
What I will have you do. Sorry. What I will have you do is do a strength composure or a composure brawl check for me.
Composure brawl. That does make sense. So
because my theory here is you don't have to be strong. You don't have to be dexterous. This isn't can I hit him.
All my dice are hunger dice.
Hungry boy hours. Maybe you should have had a hungry man instead.
Well, that's a messy, I'm afraid.
No, it's not.
By our rules.
No, it's not. Oh, it's a messy critical. Yeah, not a bestial failure.
Yeah, it's a crit and a 1, so it's a messy critical by our rules.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy!
And I'm not allowed to reroll that.
No, you are not. All right. So the effects must be one of the following: you gain 1 or more stains, you breach the masquerade, you lose 1 or 1 dot rather permanently in an advantage, or the final result will be act out your compulsion, which is what's causing this. So.
I've already acted out my compulsion, so it definitely can't be that. I mean, God, he's got 4 hunger on him. Like, Dro, don't want this to be the case, but I think realistically, the only option here is the beast taking over and draining this guy, right?
I think so. I think you're going to have to take, how many stains is an accidental killing? Oh boy. Especially during feeding. I think normally you only get like 1 stain or 2 stains, right? I'm gonna give you 2 or 3 here, and I think that's fairly reasonable.
Yeah, I think it should lean towards 3 because he has also violated one of his convictions by doing this in the first place.
Yeah, so I'm gonna give you 3 stains on this one.
Oh, oh, the humanity!
This goes against everything you stand for and want to be. In addition to being just killing an innocent person.
Let's remove that.
Don't feel breaking the rules feels so sweet.
0 hunger though. The beast is happy.
Yeah, you won't have to worry about being peckish for a while. Wasn't this worth it in the end?
Welcome to the Vampire, those who haven't played the system before.
All right, so...
Meanwhile, me trying to act out of my own compulsion. Just for fun.
he tries very, very desperately to control himself as he's draining from this man's neck, but the more he drinks, the more he needs to drink. And again, it becomes not enough to just have ownership of this wedding band. Now he has to have ownership of this person, of this thing that's in front of him. He has to have it all. And so he drinks and he drinks and he drinks. And when he wakes up, there's a rapidly cooling corpse on the floor in front of him.
In the middle of your haven, with all of your stuff.
Fuck.
Such an acquired.
I'm going to let you roll a very easy dexterity stealth check. Maybe wits stealth. I think they're the same die for you anyway.
They are, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah.
All right.
And this is going to be how much of your hoard you're able to move to another part of the warehouse.
Mm-hmm.
One success.
I'm spending one more willpower, I think.
Oh my god. You're using up all your resources on the first session!
Yeah, because I keep rolling like ass.
You're
Okay,
able,
two will
you're
have to
able
do.
to move half. Well, I should give you more than half. Total would be 10, so each of those would be 10%. About 20% of your hoard you're going to be able to move.
That's significantly less than half, but yeah, sure.
So
Yeah, this is
I'm
cool.
going to say that because you were able to get out of like really failing that roll, because that was more of a gauge than the success fail, that's not going to provide any mechanical thing for you, because you do still have a hoard and you can still probably come back and get more of it. It's just 20% is the stuff you know is guaranteed.
Mhm.
Make sense? But
Yeah.
Michael's not doing so hot on the emotional or mental place right now.
Mm-hmm.
Rose blissfully unaware, just like 3 blocks away.
Over the next couple of hours, you are going to have to spend dodging the other 2 security guards, plus all the cops that show up, plus the EMT. Every like major group is going to be here. Now, I'm going to say, just because I don't want to focus the rest of the session on you, as fun and dramatic as this is, I'm going to say you're not going to get caught, right? We played out our drama scene. We saw the horror. We don't have to add a prison fight on top. So I'm going to say you are able to dodge all of them, but you're going to show up an hour or 2 later after everyone meets up, and you're going to have no idea what's going on because you're not going to have time to read that group chat. You are busy dodging cops and moving your shit and trying to emotionally resolve the fact that you just killed someone.
I just wanted lunch.
All right. So, Dro, if you want to go and grab a snack or something, everyone else, what are you doing when you wake up?
I'm actually going to go get some water because that'll be fun. Be right back.
Get a drink, you know?
I mean, he just did.
Rose is
Quite famously.
probably wondering why the fuck she's hearing police sirens.
Yeah, you're going to be waking up during your normal thing, like brushing your teeth, doing your normal, like, kind of functional wake-up routine, whatever that looks like for you. And you're going to start hearing a lot of alarms, a lot of sirens. Excuse me.
So she's just like, I think it's time to go. I think it's time to leave. And she just grabs her like go bag and gets the fuck out and heads into town.
I enjoyed the meme play-by-play in the Discord for this campaign. Cassandra was just dropping memes as they happened. Alright, so yeah, you're gonna go ahead and get out of there. I'll say all of you guys kind of meet up. We can start each day with you guys meeting up in the casino, because it is a neutral place you guys have already established and said, hey, unless we say otherwise, we'll just all meet up here in the beginning of the day.
Day?
beginning of the night. You know what I meant. Beginning of the
Metaphorical
the,
day.
The session's time period.
Yes, I know. I'm just being a little shithead.
All right, so you all meet
I'm
up.
sorry.
Did anyone else wanna hunt or you anything before we get?
Victor will try to hunt beforehand.
Okay. You are what kind of hunter are you?
Victor is a sandman.
Right,
So
you go for people that are sleeping.
People who are sleeping, I have methods to make people asleep, but I prefer to find someone already there. So Victor's typical MO is he heads across 95 and sort of walks the docks because there's always someone taking a power nap, coming on and off a boat.
Or plenty of vagrants, honestly.
Yep. There's
I've worked security at a
always
funeral, right?
someone sleeping something off that he can, he can peruse. He's not particularly picky when it comes to the kinds of people. He does have prey exclusion children, obviously. He is a doctor. That is something he refuses to do.
Yeah, the rest of this is all well within the Hippocratic Oath.
Well, yeah, I mean, they say, look, it is less harmful to feed on one person one time than potentially accidentally, I don't know, murder someone in a warehouse in the dead of night. Just if we're spitballing.
Yeah, it's fine. Go ahead. I am looking for. I'm not finding the feed thing. I don't know what page it's on. I must have lost it because the edibles are kicking in.
As is the tradition.
I'm making a joke. I didn't take anything to run the game. I can't find it. Dro, do you know what page the predator types are on? I legitimately didn't lose it. I just,
Give me just a moment.
307, not 207. I got it.
Oh, you got it?
You got it.
Cool.
307. Hunting grounds, hunting is heist. Alright, and you said that you are a Sandman, correct? So dexterity and stealth. So yeah, this is you trying to find a person that you can sneak up on. And the difficulty here is not just the sneaking up, but also like sticking to the shadows and finding that person, so on and so forth.
Yeah. There's never a guarantee of it, but it is he believes it is not only the more practical way, but the better way.
Okay, so we have 3 for your dexterity plus 2 for your stealth. Roll a dice of 5, replacing each or replacing 1 die with a red one for each hunger.
Yeah, so I think it's just 1 success.
Okay, but that's still a success. Which is difficulty 2 for a slum or a public housing project, 3 for hipster neighborhood or working class neighborhood. I'm going to say that
or
would probably...
I can spend a willpower, right, to re-roll
Yes.
my 3 normal dice.
Yes, and that's what I was going to
I will
suggest.
do
So I'm
so.
probably going to give you a difficulty 2 or 3.
Oops. Nope, all 3 of you come here.
A 2 will get it, but it'll be a more grungy thing. That's 2. Okay.
Yeah, that's 2.
So describe to us what it looks like. You finding and feeding upon a sleeping person. This has to be a more dirty place. You can't just be breaking into a nice hotel and doing that. This has to be a grungier street situation.
No, Victor, as often is his wont, is down sort of on the waterfront, checking out the various docks, seeing, looking to see if anyone's, kind of going on a break or like heading to their cars or something, and he spots an unfortunate vagrant who is taking a nap kind of behind a shipping crate out of sight so that they're not going to get run off anytime soon. and he sort of gives a left-right look as he surreptitiously rounds that corner, kneels down, reaches into a pocket of his coat, and pulls out a Ziploc bag that has some alcohol wipes and a pair of nitrile gloves. He pulls the gloves on, rolls this guy's sleeve up to expose his wrist, disinfects it on both sides with the alcohol wipe, lifts it to his mouth, and just very gently pierces the skin so he can drink. It's very, like, sterile, very methodical. This is just a process that he goes through, almost like a little ritual every time he feeds, and he's in control of himself.
This has been the most ethical feeding so far.
To be fair, this is
Somehow.
also we've also only had to do 2 feed rolls, right? So
Yeah.
No, we have had like 4. This is the 4th now. Everyone but me has been trying to feed.
right, but this is the
Yeah,
only
well,
2 that
Rose-
have like been failures, which are then
Yeah.
Yeah, Rose struck out because her house was sketch.
right. Rose struck out. The other one is a situation that's not as dramatic or risky, and then we hit Michael's feeding, which was so intense it got everyone in the mood for the roleplay. So yeah, all right. Well, you succeed. There is no issues. And so you are able to. What you are able to do is you are able to slake 1 hunger for free. Everything past that will start hurting this guy.
I am only at hunger 2, so I'm going to just take that edge off for myself.
Okay.
I am unfamiliar. Do we have, is it like Cirque du Freak rules where we can lick and the wounds close, or do they remain open?
Describe it as you want. I'm going to say that either situation, you can bandage it up if you'd like to, or you can say that you have the power to lick it and close it. But
I will say the default assumption in lore is that you do have the ability to just
Yeah.
lick it and close it.
Okay. Victor licks it so that the wounds slowly seal up. He does still disinfect the area, and he pulls out a granola bar and slips it into the dude's pocket.
aww,
And
that's
then,
so cute.
and then after sort of giving another left-right to make sure the coast is clear, he, slips off the gloves, slips them back in the Ziploc, back in his jacket, and he keeps moving.
All right. So the 4 of you meet up in the casino's upper level, and Michael is like pointedly absent.
I didn't
Rose
get to
looks
do anything.
worried. Like the combination of all the sirens she heard / saw, and now Michael not being present, she's just kind of like, y'all can see her fidgeting a little bit as she sits down.
Do we have any word on where Michael is, or are we beginning without him?
If one of us is missing, that's bad news.
I haven't seen him, but I saw a shitload of, a lot of sirens, a lot of badges down by the docks. I got the hell out of there.
Shit.
Well, that would explain why there were
Well-
no coppers on the street.
Regardless of what I think of him, he's clever and he's fast when he wants to be. I'm sure he'll be fine.
Still, we shouldn't start this without him because we were supposed to work together.
I will point out, just for you guys to know, waiting for him is absolutely a valid tactic here. I don't want you to feel like you have to go rescue him. We can just skip ahead if you want to not do this portion and just say, yeah, you wait for him. It takes this much time.
Yeah, we can. In the meantime, We can just go over, here's what we know, here's what we're looking at,
Yeah.
that sort of stuff, and we can bring Michael up to speed
Okay.
when he arrives, because Victor refuses to say if.
Yeah, okay, so we can just fast forward a little bit. Michael, you end up meeting up with the group probably about an hour and a half to 2 hours after you had agreed to, and that's including the time you gave yourselves to hunt if you wanted. So this is probably now getting on to like 12:30, 1 o'clock.
I was not allowed to hunt.
Oh, did you not? Oh, I'm sorry, I totally forgot. I am so sorry. I thought you said that you weren't going to hunt today. My bad.
No, I didn't. I wasn't sure, but I think I'm not going to because we've already wasted enough time.
I wouldn't say wasted. I had a good time with that.
Oh yeah, but it's like I think I'm gonna have the most boring feat of all because I have my herd.
Yeah, well, that was the thing, is I wasn't going to ask you to roleplay because you could just do it automatically, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
the assumption is that you just had someone coming over and do the thing.
Yeah, some holy intimacy,
Yeah.
proper reverence, and all that.
So, at like 1 o'clock, Michael shows up, and he is looking not his usual self. There is a distant look in his eyes. And if a vampire could be out of breath, then he would be.
I'm gonna use Sense the Beast. This is unusual. Even for him, who's a little on the walking cryptid side of things.
I'm sorry, I want to double check. Dro, I did describe how we agreed that he was feeling, or did you have a different way you wanted to approach this?
Nope, that's basically bang on right.
Okay, cool. I wanted to double check because I did kind of take command of your character there.
Nope, you're all right.
So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Sense the Beast. Resolve and animalism versus composure and subterfuge.
Sure
Alright.
thing. I believe that's 3 dice for me. Let me make sure.
That is
Yep, 3 dice for me.
Resolve and animalism, so that's 4 dice for moi.
Oh.
3 successes for me.
Goose egg.
Where?
They were drawing.
Oh right, yeah.
So
Let
I
me
can,
check the...
unless
check
you
the
want to
word.
use a willpower, I don't know.
I mean, all this is going to tell you is it's going to tell you his general emotional disposition.
Yeah,
So, you're aware, I suppose, of 2 simultaneous emotional reactions. The first is a deep and abiding horror directed inward at himself. So he's not necessarily feeling hostile, but he's currently having an extremely severe negative reaction to himself. And then the second, given the fact that this can specifically sense the supernatural beast as well, is a deep feeling of satisfaction and satiation.
Okay. That's not... Now, this isn't considered a critical, or... So the wording is, on a win, a critical gives the user information on the exact type of creature, as well as hunger or rage level.
Yeah, so what
because
what that rule means is that you have to not only win, but achieve what the game defines as a critical success, which is rolling a 10.
Okay, so because I rolled a 10, do I see that his hunger is...
Yeah, you would bang on see my hunger is 0.
And you
Like,
know
you
what
have
that means.
mechanical information.
Victor sort of looks at Michael, narrows his eyes a little, and then they widen slightly. He stands up, walks over, and locks the door. What did you do?
Is that obvious, huh?
Yeah, it's that obvious.
Listen, hunger got the better of me. I tried to take care of it the usual way, and the other guy disagreed.
All right. So what's your situation? You need to move.
We'll have to see long term. For now, I'm gonna have to crash at the casino overnight. Well, over day. Yeah, sorry, whatever. Let's just focus on work, yeah?
Yeah, let's focus on work. Victor, while this is happening, is sending Deacon a text message detailing the information that he's determined, and then that Michael isn't denying it happened, just in case, because it is Deacon's domain. So if anything like this happens, I want to make sure he's informed that this isn't, a passing kindred who overstayed their welcome, that this was an unfortunate happenstance here with one of us.
We're supposed to fix things, not make it worse.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Rose is looking horrified right now. She isn't saying anything. She's not looking judgmental. She just looks horrified.
Okay.
Sana is
we
getting
can-
up from her seat and walks over to Michael. Hey, if you ever need a snack, let me know. I can sort you with something. In case it gets really bad.
Gonna have to manage it better, I guess. Things have been weird since everything went down last month.
I get you. Listen, we're all on the hook for this, so if we don't work together, we're all seeing the sunrise. I don't want that.
All right. Thanks, Santa. And I'm sorry, everybody. He just kind of puts his head in his hands and clams up at this stage.
Sana returns to your seat.
Right. We can get past this. This is acceptable collateral in our line of work. Unfortunate timing.
Quite so. Well, to the task at hand.
All right. I fucking love Vampire, man.
I'm so happy I'm playing this game.
Rose is struggling to not say anything right now. She is just, her mouth is a fucking thin line, and her knuckles are white from how hard her fingernails are digging into her palms.
You got something to say it. We're a group. The fewer secrets we keep is probably the better at this stage. I don't think you could do better than that.
It's not something that you don't already know. And it ain't at you, Michael.
Yeah, it's the other girl for you, right? Fuck.
She just kind of looks down for a moment before looking at him, and then she's just kind of like, we need to work. This ain't the time for me to go off right now.
Right.
Well, we have our suspect for whatever illicit gun deals is happening. We also know that he's going to have a sermon in the morning tomorrow. Early in the morning. Well, I suppose it's today now. Kind of looks at the clock.
Okay. We know the location?
Yeah,
sir?
we know the location.
So what
That's
are
like-
our
oh,
options?
Can I, real quick, just to note what non-speaking has been happening with Cassandra during this discussion. The moment Cassandra noticed Rose looking distressed, Cassandra shifted closer, is kind of offering like gentle, like shoulder, like comfort rub, kind of like it's okay, you know, you're not alone, kind of thing.
She flinches a bit, but she just nods quietly.
Okay. We've got a location, we've got a description of the guy, and we know what the vehicle looks like, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct.
What we don't know is where he's staying. And ideally, we sort this out tonight.
I can get the info. Well, you say tonight? Before the sermon?
Well, as
How
a
are we
reminder,
supposed to do that?
hold on. As a reminder, you guys have today, this period of time, you can act with no problem. The sermon is not today going into tomorrow, it's tomorrow going into the day after that.
Oh, okay.
Right? Because today's the 18th,
So-
it's going on the 20th. 7 a.m. on the 20th.
Right.
Okay, so,
No,
we'll have
sorry,
the
today's the
sermon-
19th. Yeah, that is tomorrow.
Yeah, today's
I'm
the
so
19th,
sorry.
and then tomorrow's the
Yeah.
20th. Yeah.
Yeah. So we.
So it is today. You guys have to prep for it. My fault. I'm so sorry. I'm dumb. I apologize.
No, you're not. I
You're
just
not
keep
dumb.
hearing
Okay.
that from you.
Not dumb.
As far as tracking him to where he's staying, Theodore can take care of that since we've got all that info.
Right. We should also probably have a plan B. You know,
Yeah, definitely.
get some ghouls on this as well, because for all we know, this guy is, if he slips away and the sun rises, we're done. That's just how it is.
Still, we can find out where he's staying that way. What other information can we get tonight?
I mean,
There's
we
the-
can case the church. We can examine the surrounding area to try to find a logical point where they might meet up.
I am
Mhm.
more than happy to break into a church.
That
I'll help.
would normally be worrying to me, but considering how this evening's already going, let's do it.
Listen, the cops are already distracted, so we may as well use this to our advantage.
That is... You're really reaching for the silver linings here, but yes, you're right.
Yeah. Right.
Listen, we need to use every advantage we have.
Besides, look at me. I'm the kind of person that they expect to break into a church.
Yeah.
True enough, you and Cassandra.
What? Do I look that upstanding?
You don't look like they do.
Maybe I should get the leather jacket out sometime.
Right, okay. Case in the church. Sure. Yeah. Sorry. I'll do whatever. Let's go.
What? We're not done planning yet. Are
Sorry.
we?
Fuck. Sorry.
So we need to do some reconnaissance. We also need to know when the guy is active. You think your little bird friend can handle that?
Gonna be tough to get that
Actually,
tonight.
hold on. Rewind the tape a bit. Do we know about the bird?
I'm
I
gonna
was about to say.
while you guys are coming over the plan, I'm gonna use the restroom real fast. So
Okay. I mean, I've mentioned Theodore by name. You're all
Okay.
capable of asking me who the fuck that is if you want
Alright.
to.
Okay, so I'm gonna assume not a bird. I'm gonna assume something else.
Mhm.
So, this Theodore fella, what can he do for us? Is he a ghoul or something?
Yeah, he's a ghoul. He's fuck, we're trying to work together, right? He's a pigeon. He's a pigeon.
Rose kind of freezes and she's like, I thought he was like your boyfriend or something.
No, I know, yeah, he lives with me. It's a useful cover, but no, he's a pigeon.
Wow. Fascinating.
I mean,
We can talk. He's not exactly the smartest fella in the whole world, but he can understand basic instructions, and if I show him some pictures, he'll be able to do any tracking we need. But as far as finding something as complex as where this guy's operating tonight, probably a bit beyond him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But no one's going to be
Nah.
suspicious of a pigeon following you around, you know?
yeah, especially not in Philly. Sana, can I make a request of you?
What's up, Goody?
Would you be able to persuade one of your... Are they... I have to get my terminology right, or they're going to cancel me on Twitter. Are they your followers? Your...
Sure, we can say that.
Would we be able to persuade one of them to go to the sermon and get a recording of it for us? And I will compensate them for their time.
Alright, I have returned. Are you guys done with the roleplay? We have a plan, or?
We're not done quite yet.
Okay. Great.
I think it could encourage somebody to help. Though Jeff might be a little bit too blunt for the job. I have more, though.
Well, just someone who, fits the bill of sitting in the back during a sermon, and if they've got a smartphone, great, they can record it. If not, I'm sure we can get one in their hands, or at the very least a burner camera, maybe.
Who doesn't have a smartphone these days? It's
Look,
2020.
it's South Philly. I make no assumptions.
Well, I made sure that all my followers are properly equipped.
Rose tries not to make eye contact with either of them right now.
Yeah. My thought is I want to see what he's talking about. Because if there may be something in there that would give us a clue about... It also gives us footage of this guy, so if we need to find him, if God forbid we want to put the undead pigeon after him, we have a little more to go off of.
Well, I think you have somebody perfect for the job. I'm sure she's awake too.
Alright, just touch base with them.
Oh, they'll do whatever I want them to.
Just and I'll pull out my wallet and pull out like $50. Just here, make sure that they get compensated for their time if they agree. I don't want anyone working for free.
Oh, no. These people are never working for free. I give them exactly what they want. Sana
That aside,
it's an ominous smirk.
it never ceases to worry me when you make that expression.
Oh? Are you scared? I'm just taking care of my shepherd. Well, I'm taking care of my shepherd. What the fuck is that expression?
You're I think what you're trying to say is tending to your flock.
Yes.
I know that the witticism doesn't translate
that is what I
well.
meant to say.
Right.
I'm so sorry. It is hard to be bilingual sometimes.
Hey, listen, I
You
can
know,
barely
and-
speak the one language I do.
I've heard learning English is not the easiest thing in the world, and I'm sure if that's the worst thing that happens to you tonight, I think we can call it a success, right?
Yeah,
Alright.
I have to tend the flock either way. Oh yeah, I can make use of somebody. I think they could probably sneak in. Looks inconspicuous enough. Very loyal though.
Okay. Anything else we can think of for tonight?
I mean, besides boots to the ground reconnaissance, which was already sort of our plan, I can't think of anything in particular.
Well, we should probably get some ghouls on the case, just in as a backup in case we've somehow managed to let this guy slip between our fingers.
Anyone other than me even got any ghouls?
Nope.
I do not.
We might need to ask
Alright.
Deacon. Or somebody else.
I don't like the idea of asking Deacon for a favor after I've already done one fuck up tonight, so
Well,
I think the rest of you will have to handle that.
I suppose.
Alright.
If I see anything, I'll be sure to let everyone know.
So, summary of things we need to do. Get some boots on the ground tonight. I send Theodore after the guy with a description of the car and what the guy looks like and everything. See if we can find out where he's bunkering down during the day. And you send one of your followers to attend the ceremony and figure out what's going on there, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And I will be, I'll be taking a polite look at that church.
Let me think. We'll have to pop into the casino anyway. I may as well ask.
Well, you're in the casino right now. So.
Oh, are we in the casino already? Oh, right. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
where we're
Yeah,
meeting
that's where
up.
you're
of
meeting.
We're
course.
meeting. Yeah.
Might hop downstairs, ask Robert if he can talk about who's operating in the area, if he even knows. And if not, might be we should talk to the bigwigs, yeah?
Well, we'll see what the damage actually is. If this is just some guy buying up guns to move them off the streets, then it's all well and good. But I don't think he's going to do that. He's
It
up to
really doesn't
something.
sound like this is the actors in this are any of Robert's associates. I would say sounds like
No.
it sounds like they don't really have a lot of knowledge of anything particularly happening. It sounds like it's happening outside of their circles.
Sure, but if we know who operates in the area, then maybe we know where they might use as a dead drop or a meeting point, something like that.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Could give us some way of narrowing down where we should be doing our recce, yeah?
Sounds good.
Making
Well-
me feel like I'm in some kind of spy movie or something.
Well, we're about to do some spy movie shit. I'm good to go. Anyone else?
I'm ready.
Let's rock.
All right. So, how do you want to do this?
So Sana is going to get one of her little herdlings
Okay.
to attend the ceremony to see what is actually being talked about, because we don't know that either.
I will make you make a check for that. It'll be very, very, very easy. But just because I don't want to have you have a free ghoul. You know what I mean?
No. Yeah, it's like I will be spending the XP for a retainer.
Right.
But that, yeah, it's like make me do the rolls if I want to exploit my my herd in this manner.
Yeah, in non-herd ways.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna say. Normally, I would say manipulation here, but I'm gonna say charisma for you. Charisma persuasion.
Hell yeah.
And it was only a
That
difficulty
is
1, maybe difficulty.
7.
Yeah, difficulty 1. It's
is-
not hard at all.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I have 2 hunger. 6, 7.
Yeah, just show me one
Alright.
success. Two successes. Yep. And those are ones, so that doesn't matter though because you did succeed. So.
Yep, that only matters if you fail.
Yeah, that could have been a disaster.
Yeah, no, it only the skulls only matter if you fail. And this is
know.
a very easy ask, so yeah, not a problem. You will, let's you call up one of your herd members. She comes up and she's like, oh well, my buddy was in the area anyway, and I figured maybe I could stop for breakfast. So yeah, I'll do this for you. Not a problem at all. You want me to just videotape it on my phone, or?
Videotape and get some good audio, will ya?
Oh, I'll make sure. I'll see. I think maybe Tim. You remember Tim? I brought him by the last one. I think he might have one of those like podcaster mics. I'll try to see if I can hook that up.
Oh, well, aren't you a hustling one? I'm very proud of you.
It's just a big grin.
Mm-hmm. There's a kiss on the neck as well.
Similar reaction to
I'm just
Jaffa.
Yeah, of course. Also, this one's name is Catherine, by the way.
Okie dokie. All right. So you have that sorted out. You will overnight get that recording. Obviously, right now that does not going to have any payout.
Mm-hmm.
So are we just waiting? Are we just waiting for that payout, or are we doing anything else?
There is another thing that must be done.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was pretty sure that
Yes.
there was another thing that was going on.
Mhm.
Rose is also going to break into a church. For funsies.
For shits and gigs. Okay. So you head out to this church. And that is at Washington and 22nd, which is right about there. Sister Sanctuary Church. It's Episcopal. And it is a cold night, like we said, like 43, low 40s. And it's kind of lonely in this section of town. There's a lot of businesses out here. You might see one or two people walking their dog because it's not far from houses. But there's also not really much going on at 1 in the morning out here. You can clearly see that the church is sitting on the corner there. It's a little bit set back with some nice manicured grounds in front of it. There's a statue of Saint Mary out on the front. And there's a stoplight right outside. You know, cars are occasionally stopping and going, but it's pretty lonely. The church is an old
All
brick
right.
building with two big stained glass windows on either side. It's kind of small. It's not like a big church. You know, it's a normal store-sized one, just on its own plot.
Okay. So, does it have any like access to any side or rear entrances, like alleys? Any like gated back fenced off areas, anything like that?
It directly flanks another row of brick buildings, which starts to serve like almost like a mini mall kind of row of shops. It is surrounded by the other three sides by a wrought iron fence. On the side that's not facing the corner, you have a little bit of an alley that leads to the back there. Now, there's not direct like access to the church from it, but there is like a low wall. You could hop that,
Okay.
but there's not like a
Yeah,
door
she
or
will
anything.
probably. Okay. She'll probably just kind of vibe, just somebody who is kind of hunkered up against the wall to get out of the wind kind of deal. And when there aren't any cars or anything, she's going to turn and hop the fence.
Okay. I'm gonna have you make me a dexterity stealth roll. Even though it is higher than would be normally comfortable, this is probably not the first time you've done something like this, and you're a vampire, you have slightly higher than human average strength anyway. So more this is just, can you do this in a way that doesn't get you hurt or that is 3 successes. Nothing bad happens.
Woo!
You quickly hustle. What's up?
One of the dice was sitting on the fucking edge.
Yeah, but I moused over it because it'll still give you the
Oh, okay, okay.
it'll still tell you what number the game is trying to roll.
Right.
So you hop over. There's a little bit of a rattle, but nothing really is noticeable as far as anyone hearing or stopping. Somewhere down the alleyway, someone's dog starts barking, but it appears as though that might be the only presence you have put out there so far.
And all the cops are gone anyway.
Yeah, which is good, because she and cops, they're not on speaking terms.
I don't think anybody among us is on speaking terms with cops.
Specifically, they know her name and face, so she's not a fan.
I see.
Besides, I'd imagine the good doctor might be able to chat with any cops he likes.
The good doctor has probably touched up an officer or two in his day. They might not remember him because of all the anesthetics, but
But yeah, so essentially, she is going to make sure she's going to kind of hunker down after hopping the fence, make sure that there's nobody in sight in the in the church proper or anything. And if there isn't anyone, then she is probably going to head towards one of the nearer doors or windows and start looking for accessible locks.
Excellent.
The windows can't be really gotten into. The most obvious ones are big stained glass, or like not really stained glass, but like bay windows, not the kind that open. There is you could get to either of the front doors here, and those look like they would definitely just have a very simple latch system. And you could do that, but that would put you in sight of the street. Alternatively, looking around the back side of the building, there seems to be one like back door that leads out to an area with like their own dumpster and like maybe 1 or 2 parking spaces. And that looks like it's locked, but that has like a little key, like a card reader next to it.
Okay.
There might be one. There might be a couple of like windows that look like the type that you could open, but they would be like on the second story or like overlooking like an upper portion. So if you could figure out a way to get up there, you might be able to. There is a small tree in this like back alley section. Like it looks like one of those.
Sorry, my the thing holding my sheet suddenly froze for a moment.
You're fine.
Okay. So she is going to head probably for the one with the card reader.
Okay.
And actually no, she's not going to. 'Cause I'm thinking it honestly might be best if, as much as she hates it, she's going to head for the one with the latch at the front. She's going to wait till there's no passing cars, nobody that can see her from the street, and she is going to do her best to slip in through the front door.
Okay. Dexterity larceny. It's a pretty simple lock, but it's still going to be locked.
I'm gonna be right back.
1 success. You'll be able to open it, but it'll probably make a good amount of noise, so anyone that's inside, if there's anyone inside, would hear.
Real quick.
Mhm.
So, spending a point of willpower, what does that do?
Lets you re-roll the black dice.
Okay, may I do 1 point of willpower?
Sure, go for it. Both of them, not just one. Yeah, it's re-roll all black dice. Nope. Oof.
I hate it here.
Okay. You are able to kind of budge in the door, and it seems a little bit stuck. The lock, the lock is sticking a little bit, less than the door. So you kind of sense that like a real good oomph will unjar whatever's stuck. And before you can really think about it, you're like the frustration of the day and everything that happened with Michael like just kind of goes and you instinctively just kind of shove through it. There's a little bit of a loud bang, and you can more hear it echo like out like inside the building, but there's enough cars and horns and stuff on the other side that you don't think anyone on the street would have noticed. It's dark inside. It does appear like there might be a light on way deeper in.
She is instantly going and closing the door, and then checking around it to see if it's got any of those like open detectors that home security systems have.
Mm-hmm.
If there aren't any, then she is going to turn around and try and find the office, and she is mentally kicking herself.
Well, that office, you would be able to pretty instinctively tell that, like, when you say that office, you mean the one you saw from inside? Or...
Well, it's more so she's trying to find wherever, like, files and that kind of thing might be.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're stepping in.
Might contain info about speakers.
Okay,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
She's entering the church.
All right, that was the part that was lost on me. I thought you were closing it from the outside because you're upset that you made the noise.
Oh no, she's entering.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, looking around, it's a pretty simple layout. There's just a hallway in the back that leads to what looks like a couple of bathrooms, and then at the end of that, you can kind of tell there would be like maybe a storage closet and this office. As you're coming back there, you hear someone, grumbling and like the squeak of like those shitty metal like chairs that like every church or public building has. You know the ones I mean? That got that like really uncomfortable butt pad.
Yes, I have lifted far too many in my life.
They make a distinct sound when you like sit up from them. So you hear someone, ugh, what?
Yes.
Get up and like start clicking with like those kind of like loafer shoe clicks down the hallway towards the entranceway. There's like
She's
there's like
moving
maybe a
out of the
broom
way and
closet out
ducking
here.
it in behind stuff.
Ducking behind stuff.
She is going to be getting, she is going to be getting out of the way of this individual.
Okay. I'm gonna have you make me a
Basically hiding as best she can.
I'm gonna have you make me a composure stealth check. So
I am done using the R key. The R key hates me.
Two successes.
Okay.
You're pretty easily able to like hide in the shadows. Because out here there are no lights. And you can kind of see someone's like cell phone flashlight as it like comes down the hallway. And a guy comes out, a big dude, bit of a pot belly, balding. He's kind of scratching his head, looking around. He's using the flashlight. He has on like black slacks, and just a very simple like pinstripe white and like or like light blue and black shirt. Just looking around. Doesn't think to look like in the area near you. And he walks right past you without noticing and starts like going towards the door to like, you know, look at it. You kind of get the impression that he's not in a hurry. There might be people that like genuinely either come super late at night or like maybe neighborhood kids will sometimes like run up, kick the door and walk away, you know?
Mm-hmm. Which is exactly why she hid, because she probably was one of those neighborhood kids.
But yeah, so
Anyway.
you have successfully gotten past him on the other side.
She's not feeling guilty. She is going to, with him out of the way, she is going to dart into the now empty office and probably see if she can, as quietly as she can, find any like binders or anything like that that have any notes about like, oh, upcoming speakers, or like, oh, contacts with other stuff, or even just something with, you know, Jacob Pender's, but no, Jacob's name on it.
Okay, you're trying to do this. Are you trying to do this quickly, or are you trying to do this smartly? Like, are you just grabbing shit that looks good, or are you like really thinking through? Okay, this is pointing to this, you know, that kind of thing. Because one will get you more, one will get you better.
She is doing it thoroughly, but she's also listening.
Okay, make me a wits investigation check.
Hell yeah. Okay, that didn't actually move, so
No,
do you
you're
want
fine.
me to re-roll that, or do you
No,
want
you're
to?
fine. You
Okay.
picked it up, and you, from my perspective, they rolled a few times. So 3
Yep,
successes.
when you shake them, they RNG anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've even watched them like land on a face, and then the numbers straight up just change on it. Like they do try to. You know.
Okay.
But yeah, okay. So you don't find a whole lot. You find more like a stack of letters, like printed email kind of things, that are just detailing between the deacon of this church and the visiting priest, Jacob. Just kind of like arranging them meeting up here. And you can't really go through them to see what they are, but that you can identify, like, you can't read like what's in them right now. You wouldn't have time, but you know that's what they're about. They're that correspondence.
Gotcha.
And then you probably find just like a couple of flyers of his works elsewhere in like other states and that kind of thing, which would imply that's like where maybe the deacon of the church here heard from about him.
Okay. So then she would almost certainly grab all this and then make to leave as quickly as possible.
Okay, this room back here is where that keypad exit would go. You could leave here, but you don't know if that would trigger like a fire alarm or something. It's kind of hard. It's kind of it doesn't have one of those like real obvious like if you press this door in, the alarm will go off, but it is a back door.
Yeah, she's still probably just going to sneak past the guy again. She has one pip in technology, and that is mostly just from using her cell phone. She is not going to chance it on a security system she doesn't know.
Okay. Yeah, this time I'll let you. I'll have you roll dexterity stealth again, just to kind of like try to find a way to get past him on the way back. That's 10. 2 successes. Yeah, at this point, he mostly just assumed that it was neighborhood kids kicking in the door. He comes back, and at this point, he's just, like, scrolling through his phone as he walks. So, like, it's not hard for you to, like, nudge open the supply closet a little bit and just step inside. He doesn't notice a thing. So you can get into... and he just goes back, and he's sitting down, and it doesn't look like he was immediately reading those emails. Like, he was doing some other shit. So he doesn't notice it right away.
Yeah. All right, and with that done, she will take shitty little pictures with her shitty little phone and send them to the group chat.
Okay, are you keeping the documents, or are you taking the pictures out
Yes,
here? Okay.
She is just sending the pictures so that they know that she got them before she starts heading that way.
Okay, and I'll say that from this point out, like the front gates to get here were unlocked, and someone leaving the church is a lot less suspicious than someone going into the church. So you can just walk out without too much of an issue. All right. Cool. All right.
Excellent.
So we have the ghoul
Hang
that's
on,
going
very
to be...
important. Michael, sorry, very important. Michael hits you with a thumbs up emoji.
Perfect.
All right. What was everyone else's plan?
I've already done my part, I think.
Yeah, you did. I didn't know if like...
Michael?
Because Michael went through a pretty big day. I didn't know if he wanted more.
He has one thing that he does feel the need to do, which is that he has to wander back home, briefly at least. It's like, we're at the casino, I can just like walk to like the docks area, right? Like I'm not gonna have to take a cab there or anything.
Yeah, you
How
wouldn't
big is
have
that
to.
distance?
So that is 2 inches in game is 500 meters for you. So you are like, it's like right about here. So that's like 500 meters times 4. It's like 2 kilometers.
2 kilometers. Well, he's not necessarily needing to go home, actually. So he could probably go to like about
This
here.
is about where
mighty.
Rose lives, like right up there. So you could go to Rose's place.
Because the main thing is just to be near enough to his haven that he'll be able to use feral whispers to summon his famulus. Because I don't think he can do it from the casino somehow.
Okay, yeah, I mean, and then you just kind of string them around to get them up there. Yeah. Okay, so assuming Rose doesn't have a problem with you going to her haven to do that, I would just say that you can just do feral whispers. You can just get there.
All right, so
You just randomly get a
the
text
main
that's
thing
like,
is just on ahead.
"Roulette."
I was just gonna say it is a long walk, but it's doable.
All right. So, I will ask Rose, because I'm not a rude bastard. Hey, Rose, mind if I head to your place for a bit? Need somewhere secluded for what I gotta do.
There is a distinct pause for a moment before you just get a yes.
Okay. She's mad at me. I'm mad at me. Fuck. Let's go. I head to Rose's Haven then.
I'll be right back again.
And I will use Feral Whispers for free to summon Theodore.
It takes a little bit for him to get there, but then Theodore comes by. Describe Theodore for us. He's part of your character, so I want him to look how you want him to look.
All right. Theodore looks generally like you'd expect your average city-dwelling pigeon to look, in that he's not any particular breed of domesticated pigeon. He's a proper feral, and has the same sort of coloration that you'd expect, with two distinct differences. The first is that, seeing as how he's being cared for, both in terms of not having to wonder where his next meal is coming from, and being infused with vampire blood, so he's effectively immortal, his coat is a lot prettier and glossier than you'd expect for a bird, not seeing that kind of care. The other thing unique to him is that he is, at some point in his ancestry anyway, a fantail, and so there is a large plume of black feathers where the normal tail would be. Almost, for those who are a bit unfamiliar with fantails, imagine almost a peacock kind of appearance on a pigeon, but all the feathers are one color.
Amazing.
Hello, Theodore. Sorry about the scare earlier.
He just kind of looks at you. It's not like a verbal communication where you speak the same language. You kind of get vibes from him, and he seems like, he's just, hey, how you doing? Missed you. What's up? What do you need?
Listen, I'm gonna need a couple favors from you. All right? You know the casino up north?
He knows what you're talking about.
The words casino and such like are not being used. We're just communicating concepts at each other.
Yeah. you would like instinctively be like, you remember the building that's shaped like this and has the big bright thing on the top?
I need you to hang out around there for a while. I can't stay at home at the moment.
You get the sense of like confusion, not quite understanding, and you kind of get the vibes that like he doesn't understand why all the lights down near home are bad, but these bright lights are good. But he doesn't question you.
All right, don't worry. I'll get you the good seat as well. Aside from that, I need you to do something for me tomorrow morning while I'm asleep. Okay? Oops, I'm not meaning to ping here.
Waiting for the
swap.
vibes.
There we go. And I will take out my phone and show the image that we got and a description of the guy, and just like communicate as much info as we've got that I think a pigeon will understand. And he's gonna be at this building here. I then describe the church as best I can.
Right.
And that's gonna be what time is it actually?
At this point, probably like 2, I'd say, at 2:30, 3 a.m.
So that's
you wouldn't
gonna
have
be
because you wouldn't have gotten to the casino until like 1. So.
Yeah. So that's gonna be in about 4.5 hours. And then I'm gonna need you to follow him wherever he goes. And then once night comes around again, come back to the casino so that you can tell me where he's gone. Okay?
And you get the idea of understanding, and you get the image of like a taste that he's trying to communicate, and you recognize he's asking for a specific brand of seed.
All right, I'll pick some up. Thanks, buddy.
Who's a little bit and flaps away.
I give him a little pet on the head just before he goes.
Is it oatmeal?
It is specifically, he is asking.
It might be oatmeal.
He is asking for a specific one that is a honey-coated oat flax.
My bird has expensive taste, but nothing for the best for him.
He flaps off.
But for Theodore, we spare no expense.
All right, that'll be
No
one
expense
resource
shall be
hit.
spared for Theodore.
One resource hit, please.
It costs you $1,000 to feed this bird.
Why is this specific seed so expensive? Victor's been surreptitiously buying it all, hoarding it away.
The seed market is collapsing.
So I control the seed.
He who controls the seed controls the world. Oh, Lord. All right.
There's just a community of extremely baffled pigeon fanciers in Philadelphia going like, what the fuck is with the market?
Oh, God. All right. Cassandra, Victor, were you guys planning on doing anything today? Or tonight? Or are you just helping them out?
Cassandra actually wants to. This is a thought that we've come across her while we were waiting on Rose to do her church foray. Cassandra is going to kind of like look around in the area around the church and try to see if she can see or find any like street art tags, anything that might indicate whose territory this is.
Okay. Let me take a look here.
And to be clear, she's not trying to intentionally induce any premonitions.
No, I get ya. Let's see.
Intentionally.
Pull up Cassandra's sheet here. And this is more based on like vibe. Are you looking for like specific tags, or are you looking for like vibes?
Kind of more like vibes. Like she doesn't have really the knowledge base to like know, oh, this gang's tag is this thing. This other gang's tag is this. She's kind of just looking for like the vibes and the feelings.
All right. Let's do a charisma, because feeling out someone's emotions through art. So let's do but not like really interacting with them. So charisma, and I'll say awareness.
All right.
I'm not giving you your instincts.
All right.
Special here.
So that is 7 in total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, we'll take the ninth one that likes me. Okay.
Oh no!
Off the table it goes, never
Off
to
the
be seen
table is a
again.
fail.
Oh,
Okay.
I did
No, it's
another
fine. So where is it? 1, 2, 3? I was making a joke.
Oh, okay. Yes, it looks like 3.
3 successes. Okay. You notice that there really isn't any. It's very, very quiet. There's not a lot of street art or graffiti. What is there is really small stuff, like some kid took a Sharpie and like wrote on a stop sign, like Jacob sucks. Well, maybe not Jacob. I don't want to imply that it's like that guy.
Yeah.
Like Jim sucks, or like Marissa's a whore, like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You don't see anything that would give you like organization, gang, or anything like that. But the more and more you look around, the lack of it starts to become more noticed, right? Like almost like
So this is odd for this part, really.
yeah. So it's like you're like, someone is actively cleaning things up and keeping gang members out of here. And that might that could be a couple different individuals or like reasons for doing that.
Yep, for sure. I think I will hold on to that until the next time we're kind of in like all together to discuss type of situation, because it's kind of hard to quantify into a like here's a picture kind of a thing.
Okay. That's going to take you all night to do.
Oh, sure. Yep.
And so, Victor, what were your plans?
Victor returns home, and he's going to start researching properties near the naval yard, like in that vicinity, that are empty or potentially for rent. One of his convictions is that he will always ensure that members of his coterie have a home to call their own. And since Michael's not going to be able to go home, at least not for some time, it is his conviction and drive to make sure that that is taken care of, that he doesn't have to sit in the casino for, a week or two while that happens.
On this short notice, looking up, well, let me see.
So even if it's like a long stay hotel room or like a
Right.
motel, something like not necessarily an apartment.
All right, let me do a.
He is considering getting Rose an apartment, but that's a whole other thing.
Let's get a charisma
Part of that would be
investigate.
convincing her to accept it.
Yeah, let's do charisma investigate.
Whether or not you accept it, he will have in his mind rationalizing it. Whether or not you accept the offer, the ability for you to accept the offer is there. 2 successes.
Okay, so you can find a couple things on short notice. One would be you could find like a long stay hotel down there that will be very public, but it will be a place that has nominal privacy, or a place that would be a little bit more private but a little bit harder to justify accessing for Michael. There is like one of those self-storage areas down there. You could just rent like a self-storage thing. And he's not supposed to be in there, but it wouldn't be super hard to get in there.
Yeah. I will send Michael a text that just says long stay or storage crate with a question mark and I know he likes emojis, so I'll send the thinking face emoji. And die a little on the inside as I do.
Michael just kind of like looks at the message and considers how to respond, considering the dynamic that exists between the two of you. Need to think about what he would say in response. Listen, I don't want to make this seem like I'm ungrateful or anything, but no, I can't.
Just ... If that's your decision, just be safe. With a little ninja emoji. He is frustrated, but he can't force anybody to let him help them.
He responds with crying, laughing emoji, and you're trying your best, man.
Yes, I am. Got a prophet, a child, a cult leader, and a homicide on my hands right now. I am trying very hard.
All right, and we can kind of say that that's the rest of the night. You guys doing that and managing to just like get yourselves together, nestle in back home, go over the events of the day. At some point over the course of the night, you would have gotten a text message from Deacon that just said, I believe I said no unnecessary bloodshed. You kind of don't get the, like, it's not a formal thing, and it's not a, like, hey, get to my office right now kind of thing. You know what I mean? So this isn't, like, but it is very much a, hey, I've heard of this and I'm not happy.
Clarification, do we all get that, or is that a Michael thing that gets that?
That's, I'm assuming he has you guys in a group chat, so.
Okay,
Yeah,
good set
probably.
group chat, okay.
A telegram or something.
Michael just seeing that notification pop up, just like puts his head in his hands, goes.
Would it be inappropriate to send the Mikisorgi accident?
That would in fact be inappropriate.
Okay, good.
A man lies dead.
Why are you bleeding?
Sorry, accident. Why are you bleeding?
Sorry, accident.
All right, and I think that's a good place to end it. We'll start with, we'll start tomorrow. Oh, well, not tomorrow. We will start next session with tomorrow.
Yes.
Before we wrap up, however, I have a very important roll to make.
What's that?
Oh, yes.
Let's
Oh,
pull
right.
this into the middle of the screen. I get a grand total of 1 die for this one because of the amount of stains that I have.
All right, let's.
Hey, I
Let's
think that was
see.
entirely justified in giving you 3 stains.
Oh, I fully agree. Like, that was entirely justified. And now I have to hit the R key a grand total of 20 times to satisfy my inner demons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 7. He feels guilty. He has retained his humanity. I lose my stains.
And now we get the Dark Souls screen. Humanity restored.
Humanity restored.
No, not restored. You don't gain humanity for this.
Humanity retained.
Humanity retained.
What a way to end. What a great first session. Holy shit.
Oh yeah. We got a lot
What a
of
ride.
shit done. We got 2 nights done in a single sitting. Holy shit.
I murdered someone.